Alright, who jumped? Who jumped? Who am I making jump? Will be 2 seconds. I'll get some water and then we'll watch some stuff. It's gonna be a bit shorter today because I think it's at like 7. Harry and Aiko are having their conversation. I don't really want to step on his toes too much on that, but I'm not gonna be available to stream then, so probably I will watch that tomorrow. Anyway, I'll be back in like 1 sec and we'll get going. Like the stream, there you go, like the stream. Okay. We'll be on cam today, don't worry. Don't worry about that. Whoa. I look fine. I look fine. Been worse. Feel like my hair looks dry as fuck, but I don't know. I don't like using too much conditioner because it tends to make it greasy. So I like it better when the grey is just like down here. I think it looks better like that. What happens when you get older, you start greying. Unless you're my partner who is like older than me, then still is not greying. But that's a whole nother story. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs, the link in my description. If you want to help fill up the bar for Dono Goal, very creative of me. You can join the channel. You can gift memberships. You can give a super sticker. You can check the links in my description. I have a Discord. I have Patreon. I have other stuff. So yeah, I wanted to watch the shortfatotaku thing about Nyara VT, which I was watching. I watched some of it. So there'll be a bit of a repetition, I guess, of the first 5 or 10 minutes because we were rudely interrupted by the Trough having an absolute fucking meltdown on his stream and saying that he's going to sue myself and Purple Parry if we repeat that apparently there was some allegation of him sleeping with minors or something, which is purely an allegation. No idea if it's true. Certainly not saying it is true. I just have heard that there's an allegation, and that's what he was talking about. And some other stuff. I don't know. I repeated it here, so you can fucking sue me anytime you want. Supposedly, Parry is having a conversation with Aiko later. She hasn't cancelled yet, so it might still be going ahead. So like I said, I'm gonna try not to still be streaming when that goes on. I'd rather people went and watched that. If you don't know who Aiko is, we had a conversation that was kind of meant to be about trans issues, but it turned out mostly to be a bit of a shit show. She asked me whether I meant an apology like 20 times in a row. And I don't need to tell people whether I mean the things I say, so I didn't give her an answer like any of the time she asked. Well, no, I gave her an answer, but she wanted a yes or no. So I don't know. I knew it would be a joke conversation. I was willing to give her a reason to give. Fuck me. What am I saying? I was willing for her to give me a reason why I should take it seriously, and there was a couple of times we had some pockets of conversation, but for the most part, it was a fucking joke. And this is the person who's ex Twitch poll, so if she doesn't know how to debate, then no fucking wonder it didn't work out for her. But yeah, that's we'll keep an eye out, and once it starts up, I'll kind of redirect people. I don't think I can raid Parry because he's got a community strike, but hey, whatever. So that's going on. We'll watch that. And there was a couple of other things I wanted to look at first. So it's just gonna be chill. We'll just hang out. We'll just hang out. I wanted to quickly look at this thing. This person who won an award. This was back in 2025. I got a lot of shit for criticizing this person, who, to my mind, they became trans and immediately became an activist. They've kind of astroturfed themselves. They've used their connections. What I find is trans representation, and maybe this is true of most things, I don't know, but like the kind of representation we get isn't really based on who is good at this and who has the right ideas and who can kind of actually advocate for any kind of change. It's mostly just an elitist group of connected people that all pat each other on the back and all give each other awards for this, that, and the other to give each other legitimacy. And then you get utter morons that will look at that, and when someone criticizes them, it's like, well, no, they won awards. They won awards. Well, they won a diversity award. They're a positive role model because they go to businesses and tell them that, you know, we all like trying our family's underwear on, and that's why we're trans, which is not the case. It's not true. The cross-eater trans pipeline is very real. But yeah, I'm just kind of, what did Parry get a community strike for? It was something to do with Firebat. It was some joke that he made about Firebat being like told to do things by his Green Goblin mask. It was like a joke. It was pretty ridiculous. But I'm pretty sure he has a community strike, so I can't raid people like that. So I'll just once it goes live and he's doing the debate, I'll just tell people where to go, because that's going to be more interesting than what I'm doing. We're just killing time, to be quite honest. If you're interested in trans shit, then stick around, you know. Yes, this person won some award. National Diversity Awards Positive Role Model for LGBT 2025. And then people talking about how great this person is. The plight of trans plus people in the UK. Wow. Like, it's all a massive grift to me. This is all a massive grift. And these people, that Pompey Steph person was on this person's channel complaining that they can't do speeches and can't get certain awards anymore. To me, it's like the ultimate like elite bullshit, you know what I mean? We're crowdfunding for this person to sue under discrimination laws or something because they're not recognized as a woman anymore, so they're not welcome at like certain women's things, most of which seems to be about speeches and awards. It's got nothing to do with the average one of us who are never going to be doing speeches anywhere or winning awards anywhere. And we're supposed to like rally behind this person because they can't do that, and you're like, it's nuts. It's nuts. But yeah, no, I'm still building a picture of what all these people are about. So I don't know. Let's see what happened when this person won an award. I guess, like the stream, etc.
The HSBC UK winner of the Positive Role Model Award for.
Look at all this. You know what I mean? Like, look at all this fucking. Is this relatable? Does this say anything to the average so-called LGBT person, let alone the average trans person? This like grand fucking opulence. Like, Neves is trans plus. She says so here. I think that means she's a lesbian too. Yeah. Trans, lesbian, AGP, crossy, etc. I recognize this person. They're called Fox Fisher. They once complained about they were in business class in on some flight and something happened. I can't remember what it was now. Fuck. It was more like ridiculous fucking. What did they complain about? Shit. Sorry, I'm just gonna find it because this person is a fucking lolcow in their own right in this way. Yeah, okay. The person you can see on stream, there's a trans man on screen, sorry. He's been on like TV shows and stuff before. He was on some Channel 4 thing ages ago. So once again, well-connected trans people with the kind of opportunities given to them that most of us will never have. We've got this LinkedIn thing. I'll just read this quickly. So yeah, on Monday I flew Virgin Atlantic upper class flight. Wow, good start, right? Good start. Very relatable. He's one of us, you know what I mean? He's one of the 99%. Sure, bro. Fuck off. Upper class to San Francisco, excited for a pampering experience. Sadly, it was anything but. My seat was broken, my seat area was a bit dirty and scuffed, and they were out of my chosen meal. But the real kicker, a fellow passenger sporting a woman t-shirt. Most trans people are aware this is a transphobic dog whistle insinuating this person is a real woman and that trans women aren't women. Well, are trans women women? Technically, trans women are not women. You just might be a woman in people's eyes because you look like a woman and come off like a woman. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't buy trans women are women. And people do this. It's self-serving. They push trans women are women because they want to be, well, this person wants to be a man and to just be factually a man, even though that's just not true. The average LGBT person is serving the drinks through a dodgy agency. Yeah, true. I've done that kind of job. I ain't fucking getting no first class flights. I ain't getting no fucking awards. So why the fuck would I care that some fucking schmoozing fucking connected fucking elitist prick can't do speeches at women's events anymore? It's so annoying. Oh, hi Rhiannon, hope you're good. Yeah, discovering this turf passenger just a few seats away caused me to have a panic attack mid-flight. Wow, amazing. There was just a person with a fucking woman shirt on, get over it. I'm used to getting hate online and was caught off guard IRL, broken heart emoji. I wasn't expecting to have to share a cabin with someone who doesn't feel like trans people have the right to exist. Like, it's a fucking t-shirt. It's a fucking t-shirt. What are you talking about? Does that mean they think that trans people shouldn't have the right to exist, or do they just think that trans people don't exist the same way that that you believe they do, you know? And like, you have to, like, you probably share spaces all the time with people that have these kind of beliefs and never know about it. It's just that they were wearing a t-shirt. I walked up to behind the curtain and spoke with a member of the cabin crew, Sharon, who was incredibly supportive and checked up on me a few times throughout the flight. Wow. The incident highlighted a gap in airline policies. Whilst airlines can't police every outfit, fostering an inclusive environment is crucial. What do you mean inclusive environment? Inclusive how? You're taking a flight. Like fucking hell, man. If you're like, I don't know, if you're like a fucking Sunderland supporter and you see a person wearing a Newcastle shirt and you cry about that because it's like, oh, I didn't realize I have to share it with people that support the rival team of my team. It's like, who fucking cares? Someone wears a fucking Jeremy Corbyn t-shirt and you're like right wing or whatever. It's just preposterous. This is what these people are like. It does my head in. It's all this fucking crying about all this elitist shit that no one fucking cares about. Like, talk about the real shit. Just talk about the real shit. What is this all about? While airlines can't police every outfit, fostering an inclusive environment is crucial. Perhaps some guidelines on potentially offensive clothing could prevent similar situations. Or just be a fucking adult. Just get on with it. Put your headphones in. That person don't know who the fuck you are. You don't have to tell every single person that you come across that you're trans. And they don't give a shit that you're sat near them. Why do you give a shit that you're sat near them, you know? This experience reminded me that upper class shouldn't be all about fancy seats and champagne. It should be about respect, inclusivity, and ensuring all passengers feel safe and welcome. Okay, how come nothing happened then? How come this person did nothing to you? I'm hoping Virgin Atlantic will I take this opportunity to continue to improve. I helped consult on their gender-neutral uniform campaign, which is amazing. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna save trans people, isn't it? Gender-neutral uniforms. Who fucking cares? Create a truly upper-class experience for everyone. Wow, yes. Truly upper-class when you're telling people what they can and can't wear. You're on Richard Branson's enemies list. Wow. Face. Talks about the subpar service. Did the shirt literally just say woman on it though? To me as a trans man, I wouldn't have read a woman shirt that says woman as a transphobic dog whistle. If it had XX on it, I definitely would have agreed. Okay, somewhat cooked. They're called Ezra, what do you expect? Very trans man name. Is this a joke? Cry bully. I'm sorry, you seriously want companies to unlawfully discriminate against women. Blah blah blah. It's all fucking cooked. It's all like crybaby shit. And these are the people that get fucking uplifted. These are the people we have to count on for fucking representation. They're all fucking elitist whiny pricks, and I don't want any of it. I don't want any of it. They ain't fucking speaking for me. Anyway, that's that person. This is Katie Neebs, who goes around telling businesses that they wore their sister's underwear when they were a child, and that's how they know they're trans now.
LGBT is not me, sadly. It is Katie Neebs!
Oh my god, I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised that my schmoozing paid off.
It is
Smiles beforehand.
Katie Neebs!
Transgender people and their families has brought a sense of hope and optimism to so many. Her positivity is in evidence, even when she's holding power to account, and that's what makes Katie an outstanding role model.
Hi, I'm Bobby Baker, the Chief Executive of Trans City. I just want to say that I fully support Katie Neebs in winning the National Diversity Awards Role Model Award. Katie does so much for the trans and non-binary community and fully deserves to win this recognition.
I cannot think of a better and more deserving recipient of this award. Katie is funny, she's compassionate, she's humble, she's knowledgeable.
Can't fucking have an argument in the street about her own subject. Resorts to taking a fucking megaphone and blaring a fucking siren down someone's ear. Like, yeah, he was a bit of a cunt, but like... okay, so you're gonna assault him in response, wow.
She has the
Where's your award? You need to get schmoozing. You need to get in with this fucking circle jerk of elitist fucking LGBT pricks who I have to accept as my representation for some reason. And if I say anything bad about, I get a bunch of retard fucking streamers on my case. Fucking ICO rules and all that shit fucking coming after me.
biggest part, and she has done more, not just for trans, but for the entire LGBTQIA plus cause anywhere.
How much money is spent on this kind of shit as well? How many people that show up to these kind of things are like fucking, oh, we're leftists, guys, we're such leftists, we're like anti-capitalist and stuff, but we'll host fucking dipshit fucking pageantry for idiots like this. Like, wow. Wow, amazing.
Oh my god. Well, that was worth buying a new dress for, wasn't it? It's funny, I was stood outside with my mouth open and somebody posted a letter. But, you know. The old ones are the old ones. Alright, okay. But,
Too problematic. That I can believe. And in a way, I respect that far more than this kind of shit.
through my social media videos, my trainings, speaking and presenting work with Cool to be Trans, I'm on a mission to show the world that trans people are not a threat.
Almost no one thinks trans people are a threat, and the people that do are insane.
We are just ordinary people.
You ain't no ordinary person. You transitioned and immediately started becoming a fucking activist. You ain't no ordinary person. This ain't ordinary. None of this is ordinary. There's no we here. There's no fucking we. Shut up.
Who want to be happy. That's all.
Bunch of fake people polishing each other's knobs. Yep, that's how it feels.
Although I can be quite scary.
Hideous dress, yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
You scared, Claire? You should be. You should be. Like all publicly trans plus people, not a day goes
The fuck is trans plus? Not a day goes by I don't get called a paedophile. What? What? You got kicked out of one of their groups because you referred to yourself as a tranny. Yeah, fair enough. Not much of a sense of humor in those circles, I guess.
Goes by, I don't get called a paedophile.
Bro, I got called a paedophile occasionally by some prick in a fucking van or something. It wasn't every day. It was like occasionally. You ain't getting called a fucking paedophile every day. That's just fucking cap. This person is obviously privileged, well off, got to live their life and be successful as a man before transitioning at like 48. You know, still very much lives that way. Clearly has a very comfortable life. Celebrated, you know, well connected, completely fucking astroturfed. And you want to pretend that you're like as oppressed as any of the rest of us, getting called a paedophile every day. You're not getting called a paedophile every day, and nor is any of the rest of us. Yes, it happens. Yes, it's gross. But like, pipe the fuck down. I just don't believe anything. It's not a vote. It's just a panel of judges. Yeah. It's who fucking sucks each other off the most. It's a fucking circle jerk. And then idiots watch this and they're like, oh yeah, but you can't be mean about her because like she's an award winner. Wow, an award winner. Crazy. Cool.
A predator, a groomer, a sex pest, or mentally ill on social media.
Oh, on social media. Everyone calls everyone a fucking paedophile on social media, bro. No one cares. You're not a victim. Just tune it out. Why are you on fucking Facebook or Twitter in the first place?
Those vile messages increased significantly after delightful people such as J.K. Rowling, Graham Linehan, and other members of the gender-critical ideology movement tweet about me, write libelous articles about me, or talk about me on their venomous videos.
Oh, this person's positivity, and all they're doing is moaning about people being mean to them on the internet. Yep, people are mean to each other on the internet, believe it or not.
Amplified, of course, by the Daily Mail, The Sun, and all the trans-hostile UK media. However...
Wait, so this person had a complaint to The Sun that never went anywhere. So that was all about the shit about the knickers and stuff, wasn't it? So what did they amplify? What did they amplify? Was it tweets made by J.K. Rowling? Listed 10 trans women. Author posted pictures of, what was it? Where was it? The media flex to combat the anti-trans narrative. Well, it just furthers it because these people are idiots. It's complete nonsense. I don't respect any of it. Yeah, it's all about that thing that was like, you know, like this kind of shit. Like, I just don't think any of this is true. I'm sorry. I just think so much of this is like trumped up. And it's online shit anyway. Aren't you too busy saving trans people?
Sun and all the trans-hostile UK media. However...
No one takes The Sun seriously? This person does because they complained about it.
That hate has been turned up to the max for all trans people after April the 16th this year.
I have not experienced an uptick in hate since the Supreme Court ruling. Maybe it helps that I agreed with it, I don't know. I just don't think it's true. I just don't think it's fucking true. Maybe a short while after there was an increase in people like celebrating and shitting on people on Twitter. But that's like, I don't know, log off. Why are you on fucking Twitter? Why are you on a platform owned by Elon Musk? Just get the fuck off there.
When the UK Supreme Court decided on the definition of sex and woman within the Equality Act 2010. However, our so-called Equality and Human Rights Commission decided to twist the knife by producing guidance which overreached the court judgment and recommended the segregation
This is not true.
of trans plus people in same-sex spaces.
This is not true.
With the aim of...
We went through the guidance. Generally, they think that people should probably use their sex spaces. There are some instances where it probably doesn't make sense for people to use their sex spaces, you know, passing trans women, passing trans men. And either way, trans people have to be able to pee somewhere. We've done this. We've looked through this. And they've never come out with a proper guidance. And the indications are they're never going to ban, like, trans women from women's spaces and trans men from men's spaces. And in my opinion, they probably fucking shouldn't. And even if they do, even if, let's say, fucking Reform gets in next, although apparently they're not polling so well these days. Let's say Reform comes in next and they're like, yeah, we want single-sex bathrooms only. Single-sex bathrooms only. Okay, well, if you're not policing it, then it's not going to functionally be that anyway, is it? So all of this is so trumped up. Like, these people are full of shit.
Protecting women's space.
This is what happens when you're cosplaying oppression and not experiencing it. Because your oppression is people shit-talking you on the internet. This is what happens when you're an elitist fucking loser. Part of the 1%. Pretending that you know what it's like for the rest of us. Like, I'm sorry, man. You have no idea.
The result is that vigilantes and overzealous officials now feel emboldened to challenge any woman who doesn't look female enough.
Evidence, please. Evidence, please.
To fit their narrow view of what a woman should look like. So
didn't this happen in the US like 2 or 3 times? So what about the UK? Has that not been happening all the time anyway? Haven't butch lesbians been getting challenged in women's bathrooms since fucking forever? And the answer is, well, people are gender non-conforming. You gotta move towards acceptance of that.
Women are far less safe now.
Not true.
Trans hostiles feel they now have full permission to spew their bile in the mainstream media and on social media.
They have been able to anyway.
While Keir Starmer, Wes Streeting and Bridget Phillipson gleefully take away basic human rights from trans plus people.
Such as?
Day after day after day.
What is the implication of that statement? What are we fucking saying, man? So one day they take away our right to be able to breathe oxygen. The next day, I know, we'll disallow all trans people from drinking water. Day after, you know what? Let's ban letting a property to anyone who's trans. You know, let's make sure they can't get shelter. Let's make sure they can't get served anywhere that sells food. So that they have to either fucking forage or fucking starve. You know what I mean? What are we saying? It's cosplaying. This person has no idea. This is elite fucking bullshit. I can say that as about as far away from fucking elite as it is possible to be. This person is not fucking speaking from reality. This person doesn't know what it's like. I do know what it's like, but when I tell people I'm a fucking transphobe and I'm a fucking Blair White, as if I fucking want anything to do with the likes of Blair White, like, fuck that.
And trans plus people are scared right now. Really scared.
I ain't fucking scared.
Half are too frightened to step out the front door.
Do you know, oh my god, I hate this. I know I'm pausing all the time. Do you know why so many trans people are like so freaked out? Part of it is because we keep saying how bad things are, when it's just not really true. Like, yeah, it's not easy and it's not ideal, and there are things that are adverse, excuse me, for trans people compared to so-called normal people. But like, being too frightened to step out your front door, man, I don't know about anyone else. Where I live, I see trans people everywhere. They ain't fucking frightened of going out. A lot of them look like shit, but like, that's their fucking right to do. I don't get any shit anymore. I have never found it easier to leave my house. You know why? Because there's other trans people around. Because I'm not weird and different anymore. Because when I started, it was 10 years ago, it just wasn't as many of us. Nowadays, they're fucking everywhere. So you're just less likely to get shit from people. I can't remember the last time someone shouted shit at me, called me like a nonce in the street or something like that. Because I just look like plenty of other people that wander the fucking streets all the fucking time. Like, this is preposterous. They have no idea. This is cosplaying oppression that you don't experience or don't understand. And isn't what you think it is. And because you're like echoing all this shit, because you're pushing all these like narratives, that is frightening trans people. You're telling them how bad it is all the time. Oh, people are mean to us on social media. Don't leave your house. So they don't. But you don't know what it's actually like. if someone listens to someone like me, the idea is they'd be less fucking frightened because I'm saying, well, I'm able to leave my house. I'm able to go to the fucking shop and buy food that I can cook with and shit. I can go to town once in a while. And it's fine. Like, you can be a trans person and fucking live your life out in the open. More than ever, in lots of ways. In some ways, things are kind of getting a bit worse. In some ways, they're getting better. But you're not going to get that impression from these people. Excuse me. You're not going to get that impression from these people. Because they're scaremongering. Because they want people to think that they're far more oppressed than they actually are. Because that gives them a cause. It's a fucking racket. It's a complete fucking racket. It pisses me off.
While others, the other half, have to do a risk assessment before going anywhere in public.
Nope, not true. Not true.
And when they do, they deliberately dehydrate themselves for fear of having to use the loo.
Not true in my case either. I don't know. I mean, there's more and more places where you can go to a gender-neutral bathroom. I've used several men's spaces, usually in like cafes or restaurants or whatever. Often the kind of place where it's like, well, is this kind of place? Like, the most is that someone's going to be confused. No one's going to fucking assault me. No one has. Almost every time I've used a men's space, there's been no one fucking in there anyway. It's just not the same. There's a power structure in politics against transgender inclusion. I mean, it's a very vague statement, to be honest. Very vague statement. Some things are not ideal. I think there's a lot of stuff that needs working out because, you know, we're sexually dimorphic. So in general, shit is kind of focused around sex, which makes it more difficult when some people, you know, kind of contravene that, whatever the word is, transcend that in some ways. Certainly in terms of other people's perception. It does make it more confusing. I think it's still quite a lot to work out, to be honest. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just not as bad as we're pretending.
Multiple legal challenges to the Supreme Court's misjudgment.
Waste of time. How is it a misjudgment? Woman should mean adult human female. And then some people are just exceptions. That's how it should be. That's how it is.
Have already been launched, which I'm confident will eventually overturn this cruel ruling, as it clashes with so many other existing laws. But that will take time, and huge damage is being done.
I would campaign against gender normativity rather than trans inclusion. Yeah, I'd say that. I'm not like a full gender abolitionist because I think trans people actually need gender. I think some norms are kind of, well, some norms, some like stereotypes, some kind of, this is generally how women are and this is generally how men are, you know, fashion, shit like that. Trans people kind of need that shit. Some things I think are harmful and probably should be done away with. And the longer term thing surely is like normalize gender nonconformity. Normalize not only trans people, but people that aren't trans are just like dressing a certain way and might get shit for it, you know?
Done in the meantime. So
huge damage that none of us can ever describe, by the way. I still have no idea what the Supreme Court ruling has actually done to affect people's lives that badly. Hasn't changed my life.
I want to give some hope to any trans plus people hearing this. This dark time will pass.
So here we go. I'm going to tell you things are far worse than they actually are. So then I can be the good guy swooping in. Oh, but I'll give you hope. I'll be the one giving you hope. You're the one convincing people that their lives are fucking over. You're the ones telling people that we're losing rights every single fucking day. So then you can swoop in and also be the one saying, okay, well, I've got the solution. It's gross. Like, just fuck off, you elitist pricks.
Most people are lovely people who don't want to offend. In real life, I've been overwhelmingly accepted and loved for who I really am. I'm a proud God.
Okay, so actually it's fine in general. It's just people are mean on social media and someone shouts at you every once in a while. Okay, amazing.
Transgender lesbian.
Oh, don't say that, man.
And since I've been living my truth, I
actually fucking hate. I hate so much. I hate so much. Like straight crossy to trans women pipeliners that now call themselves lesbians that just weren't really part of that. Because like straight male cross-dressers is like a specific thing. And it's really not, you're really not going to say that you're like, you know what it's like being gay or like being anything else. But now you just take it on because you're attracted to women and you kind of look like one. I actually hate that.
Couldn't be happier. So, thank you, National Diversity Awards. I dedicate this award to all the frightened, trans, non-binary and
Dedicate this to all the people who I am riling up. Wow.
intersex people, as well as masculine presenting non-trans women who are currently petrified. We all deserve better than this.
We deserve better than you, bruv.
Trans rights are human rights.
Trans people have human rights. There we go. AMABs calling themselves lesbians makes me uncomfortable. I'm not even a lesbian. Yeah. Listen, I'm attracted to women and not men. I don't call myself a lesbian. I think you can be a lesbian and be with a trans woman. Because I think that attraction kind of transcends like what sex someone is. But I'm not a lesbian. Like, I'm not. That's just not me. Right in the knees, yeah, Jesus.
HTVs, ladies and gentlemen!
Yeah, that's what I mean. I find this shit fucking grim. It's all a fucking racket. You're well connected, so you get in and these awards things. You get to swan around as the elite, you know what I mean? Oh look, we can do pageantry too. Yeah, well no one fucking wants it. This makes you less relatable to the rest of us. And then you're the ones riling people up. Oh, we're losing our rights every single day. What rights? What rights have I lost every single day since the Supreme Court thing a year ago? It's just not true. Anyway, there you go. I don't know. I look forward to more dipshit fucking fake lefty streamers giving me a whole bunch of shit for being transphobic because I disagree with this person heavily and don't like being represented by people like this. How nice. Make sure you like the stream. We're going to do a quick other detour and then I'm going to watch the what's he called? Fucking shortfatotaku thing that I was meant to watch yesterday. Make sure you like the stream, don't forget. You can super chat on YouTube as well as Streamlabs. Check the links in my description. I have Discord, I have Patreon, I have other stuff. So yeah, there was yet another protest in Manchester, apparently. Our good friend Alex Jardine was apparently here. Let's see if we can hear him this time. What I think? Hang on. What is this description? What is this description? So there was a pro-women's rights protest. It's probably more, why haven't you done a guidance? Why haven't you banned trans women from women's spaces yet? But it says, the protest is met by a counter-protest of a pro-trans group. Look, there's about 6 of them. Very, very intimidating. Who from the offset are rude and try to wind me up by lying about me. Wow. Isn't that just everyone towards everyone now? Wow. Also, I've heard of this Sazzy's Waper. Who is this? This person looks familiar. Oh, it's Alex the Chaser. That makes a lot of sense. He told me I sounded like a nonce, so I told him he looks more like a nonce than I sound. And he played drums on Unite the Kingdom. I wanted to find, you know, the Unite the Kingdom theme song. I wanted to find the live version of that from the rally because it was pretty shit. I think they fucked it up a whole bunch. It's a shit song anyway. No wonder they're making so much like AI slop, like Patriot stuff. It's because the real shit is like fucking dreadful. Anyway, we'll watch this and then we'll watch the shortfatotaku thing. Like the stream, don't forget, super chat, etc. Support me, all that kind of stuff. Let's have a look.
Find out more. No, I don't break into nowhere.
Yeah, you did.
Absolutely astounding.
What's this about?
So it's a battle of the flags and signs.
I can't imagine anyone supporting that, let alone marching. This is news, this ideology.
Oh, is this guy? Wow.
Needs people to be what they want to be.
Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we're in Manchester city centre on a wet, windy Saturday. We're here to see an anti-trans protest and a trans protest. So there's a counter-protest to the anti-trans. We'll see what it's all about. 2 sides. We've got Smash. Eh? It's alright. I'm not here to provoke you.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I've never provoked you.
Leave us alone.
I'm just filming what's happening. Don't worry.
Are you not filming then?
I am. I'm going over there in a minute. It's good to give both sides, isn't it? So you can read the signs. We'll find out more.
Break into a squat full of homeless people.
No, I don't break into nowhere.
Yeah, you did.
See,
You broke into a squat
you're...
full of homeless people. You absolute
Absolutely no idea why these people are engaging like this, by the way.
You're agitating me. You say I'm the agitator. You love it, don't you? See what I mean? This is what they're like. But yeah. And we'll go over that side.
At the same time, I can see why they're distrustful of like idiots with cameras. But if you just stood there with signs and that, like, I don't know, who cares if someone films you? What, they'll upload it to the internet and people can see your message? I never really understood that, to be honest. Like, just stay your message. Just say the shit that you're there to say, you know?
Not sure what it's about, but we'll see. We'll come back over in a minute. So there you go, that's what they like. They give abuse, accusing me of breaking into places.
Oh, poor baby.
But we'll see how it comes across. And I think this is the anti-trans protest here.
Wait, so there's even less people over here. What is going on?
Seems like it's not got started
Even fewer people in the women's rights protest.
yet. Can I just film your sign there, please?
What was even the point? There's about 10 people here total between the two protests. Oh, it's the 1 year later thing. Okay, wow. Wow. Obey the law now. Okay, amazing. What's the law around using bathrooms? There kind of isn't one. It's like civil shit, you know, trespass.
There we go. So we've been given a leaflet here, let's have a read.
Oh, this is the tour, okay. Wow.
If you want to pause the video, you can.
I'll pause the video. So 1 year after the Supreme Court ruling, blah, blah, blah. Legal sex is the one that was recorded at their birth. Wow. Sex is a protected characteristic. Services and facilities such as toilets, changing rooms, hospital wards, prisons, rape centers, shelters, prisons and... Wait. It's got prison store. Who? Oh my god, man. Who made this? Who made this? They've got prisons on here twice. And sport should always be single sex in order to protect the safety, dignity, and privacy of all, especially women. Especially women. Now, I agree that lots of these things should be single sex. I feel like if toilets is a big point of contention here, I don't really see the point. If you're going to have a strict single sex rule for toilets, then you have to enforce it. Otherwise, there's no point. So probably toilets, there's probably not much point in having particularly strict guidance on. And really, it should make more sense that people just go where they fucking look, right? And if you're a trans woman, you should be cognizant of the fact that if you look like a man, you might make women uncomfortable. And you should have a bit of empathy for your fellow human being. Sport is kind of spoken for. Pretty much nowhere, especially in elite sports, can trans women even compete anymore. Like hospital wards, I think they already kind of dealt with. Prisons, I'm not aware. There might be a very small handful of trans women in prisons. So a lot of this is kind of spoken for anyway. I'm just not entirely sure what the point of this protest is, to be honest.
Have a read of this. Just pause the video.
A judgment made it clear it is lawful to exclude biological males from female-only services if those services are a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. So yeah, that kind of implies that sometimes maybe exclusion isn't what's going to happen, and probably shouldn't be. Especially when some of it is like civil stuff, you know?
So they've started speaking video.
Bridget Phillipson has failed to lay the guidance for Parliament for approval. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not blown away by this. I don't really see the point, but sure.
So they've started speaking now.
Oh, there's more of them. Jesus Christ, where did they come from? I thought there was like 10 of them a second ago. Okay, wow. Oh, they always do speeches at this kind of shit. I hate listening to fucking speeches at these things.
Over here, and then over there, we started shouting.
Do you remember the Chester thing? They all did speeches at that Chester thing, and they were all just stood in a circle on like a street corner, just doing fucking speeches. You've got like Mr. Mano like filming them and then doing his speech and stuff. It just looked preposterous to me.
Shouting.
Our government is running a system of putting men in women's prisons that is unlawful.
Oh, here's Steve as well. Here's Steve as well. They're busting. I think both sides bust people in. It's a bit retarded when either side says it about each other. Wait, that's you. Is that you? Holy shit, Frida sighting. Got someone in chat at the thing. Can you see where my thing was? Sure looks like you. Not that I'm accusing you of anything, it's just funny. Anyway.
Not transparent, not accountable, and 1 year later they're still doing it. The Ministry of Justice...
Isn't it to the discretion of the venue? Yeah, it is, but like, women are kind of... They're in their right to expect certain single-sex spaces, and if it's a woman's space, it is for female people. So a venue can kind of choose, like whoever's owning the bathroom does kind of get to choose, but they do risk potentially getting in trouble if they're not guaranteeing those single-sex spaces. But at the same time, there's not a huge amount they can do, because it's just like trespass, you know what I mean? So I don't even know, like having that kind of rule in place, I don't even know how much it would do, to be honest. Like bathrooms, I'm very much kind of lenient on. I think it's just going to go the way it goes, you know? You're going to get some trans people in women's bathrooms. Like, sure. As long as we understand how we look and come across and don't take the piss, I don't really see a problem. Like, if we're going to be, like, that whole Tish Hyman thing with that person that just looked like a fucking man, saying that they're a woman, that kind of thing needs to stop. And those kind of people are making things worse for trans people. Even if they are themselves trans or have desires towards being trans. You know? But like, if a decently passing trans woman uses a bathroom somewhere, like, it really doesn't matter.
It stated it commissioned a review of their transgender policy. Yet the guidance for this policy is still on their website.
Oh, here's Make Albion Great again. He's a fucking loser, by the way.
There is nothing to say it is under review. No one knows anything about this review. What?
Hey Frida, you show up to these kinds of things. Next time you see Make Albion Great again, ask him where his expose on Warren Lascelles is. Ask him where that fucking expose he promised and then never fucking made is.
What its purpose is, who is doing the review, or who is involved. But why a review? The men just need to be renewed. It is not complex. Just renew the men.
We've got Jardine here, there's his handles, go and check it out. He's got his sign on and he's coming over to see these. This group have moved from over here now, so they've come over here to the statue. It's a bit closer. And then you've got over here, you've got the people that say men are men, women are women.
One struggle, one fight. Trans rights, women's rights. One struggle, one fight. Trans rights, women's rights.
Oh, and listen, whatever he answers, by the way, whatever he answers, just ask him whether lying is a sin or not. Because he lied to all of us. The video never came, probably because it was all bullshit. And they just fucking target him because he's a fucking weirdo.
One struggle, one fight. Trans rights, women's rights. 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 One struggle, one fight.
Has he just ripped off Steve's idea? Not really. He's like Steve's protege. He's like his apprentice. They've done stuff together. He used to borrow Steve's like spare sign. And the two of them used to like stand around together. There was a thing they did recently in Manchester together and none of their usual crew was there. Because they all fucked off to Liverpool. And they were just getting fucking mobbed. And like fucking everyone around them was giving them shit. They didn't have their usual crew. You hate to see it. But the thing is now, if they do this in Manchester, most of their usual crew are now banned. You know, MKR breaks, like Ned and all that shit. Half of them are like banned. So they don't have the same backup anymore.
So I'll read out some of the signs. We've got trans people won't vanish, trans kids deserve to be safe. So Jardine's gone up to there on the statue.
You just told them off for not shouting enough.
Trans kids are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Trans kids are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Trans kids are welcome.
Yeah, he's a billboard Chris Skinwalker. He talks about it extensively. I guess at least he's honest. Jardine is a skinwalker of a skinwalker.
Say it loud, say it clear. Trans kids are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Trans kids are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Trans kids are welcome here. 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 Trans people are welcome here. Trans people are welcome here. Trans people.
Obviously we've got the trams there, so it's a bit dangerous. Got a few more people coming over now, so it's going to get interesting. Okay.
They're chanting HRT over the counter and for free, which is nonsense, but okay. They ain't giving you free HRT, sorry about it.
The Church of His Cross there. So we've got a few police officers now, they've got out the cars, they've come over just to observe. There's a few more, well there's more police over there now, on that side. Hold on, thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And to hear the call for it, and an open call for it, and it not being condemned through
Oh, so this dude in the wheelchair must be part of the other protest.
our culture, throughout every news organization is absolutely astounding. When I see a banner that says,
Oh, God of the Sea, if they're white and British, they almost certainly don't have kids. White British people aren't having kids anymore for some reason.
from the river to the sea, I know
Which
exactly.
becomes hilarious when they show up in my chat talking about Great Replacement, and then I ask, well, when are you having kids, seeing as you're white and British, and you believe in the Great Replacement? And it's always, oh, well, it shouldn't be up to me to have kids. Well, no, it kind of should. If you think you're being replaced, that's what you fucking do. You find another white British person, you have some fucking kids. But none of them want to. They want everyone else to do it, and they want to whine about fucking immigration.
What do we do?
Having said that, that doesn't apply to this group. None of these people can have kids because they're all special needs or unfit parents. And probably most have sterilized themselves. It's bad on both sides, you know.
Of every and the complete elimination of the Jewish state. I know it. I can't imagine anyone supporting that, let alone marching in capitals or American cities and American universities to support that. We won't allow never again. And to hear the call for it, and open call for it, it is not being condemned throughout our culture and throughout every news organization. It's absolutely astounding.
What's this about?
So it's a battle of the flags and signs.
I know exactly what that means and what that is calling for. It's calling for the extermination of every Jew in Israel and the complete elimination of the Jewish state.
started getting aggressive again.
Universities to support that. We won't bow never again. And to hear the call for it, an open call for it, and it not being condemned throughout our culture and throughout every news organization is absolutely astounding.
And that police officer's got the thin blue line on.
See, I know exactly what that means and what that is calling for. It's calling for the extermination of every human being.
I gotta be honest, I don't even know why they come over to these, to be honest. What is the point in, like, trying to block out all the signs and shit when there's like 10 people mad? Like, what are they trying to achieve here? You know? Take your nappies off your face. Okay, they're wearing masks. Wow, amazing. Wow. Yeah, maybe they don't want you to see who they are, and that's the point, bro. Okay, can we just watch it with the slurs? I know you're using it in, like, whose account? It's this one here. I know we're using, like, slurs in a specific way, but just try and avoid them in general. There's a lot of people that don't like me right now.
Hey, I like the flag. Hey.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, may I just let me start with you? You're familiar with the sound from the river being Palestinian desire for its homeland and a very expedient definition of its homeland at the expense.
What is this? There's something playing on a speaker or something? It's probably like God shit, I'm guessing.
Trans rights are human rights! Trans rights are human
No respect for this. I don't respect this particularly either. I just also don't respect these people. I think these people are like fucking fringe people. I think that these people don't really represent the average trans people. They're like, you know, not extremists exactly, but, you know, fringe as fuck.
Trans rights are human rights! Trans rights are human rights! Trans rights are human rights!
And to use this ideology that feeds through us to be what they want to be. Not this ideology falls on them. This flag, anyone knows what this flag means? This is horrible, this flag, and I'm not being anti-gay or anything like that. I know the guy who made that flag is Gilbert Baker from Francisco. He's part of the gay legacy, and he was into gay anti-codes in the left pocket and in the right pocket.
Monica Helms was a weirdo. Wow, bro. Wow.
So red means pistol kid, yellow means yellow sports, red means scarf. Now white, pink and blue actually meant titty torture, and the trans youth later took it on and used the colours for their campaign for trans. So I just want a message, please come on, stop it. Get it out of the school, get it out of the libraries.
Isn't Labour already getting rid of most of this from school? I read the fucking, was it RSHE guidance? They're saying we shouldn't be teaching kids that everyone has a gender identity, which I support. I think it probably is nuts to teach people that. I don't even know what gender identity refers to beyond a label that you put on yourself in regards to how you feel in regards to gender. It's not like it's a innate part of people. It's something you conceive of. So I agree with Labour on that one. But then why are we pretending it's like this huge problem then? If it's being discouraged, if the government are saying don't do this anymore. And when they teach about like trans people and stuff, it's more, these are people exist, these are the kind of rights you would have and stuff like that, which is fine. Like, I don't know, certainly in secondary school, at a certain point, people probably should understand that gay and trans people exist. You know what I mean? You don't have to teach people about gender identity. You don't have to teach people that they should come up with who they really are on the inside and shit like that.
To kids to dress up as women and then drag and all that in school. There's Christians that have pulled the Christian kids out of school because of this, because they pulled them.
I mean, to what extent? You know, we teach things like Christianity being some reality. I guess there's not as much of a thing as it used to be. But couldn't we say similar things about that? I bet this person isn't against that kind of thing.
Because it's wrong, it's immoral, it's wrong, it's abominations to God to dress up in clothes, in women's clothes, and in men's clothes. So I'll just say, Jesus loves you and died for everything.
Did I watch the trough after I signed off a couple of days ago? I watched bits of his stream and I clipped some of it. He was on Ico a day later. Still being a complete fucking retard. But Purple Parry Gaming is talking to Ico this evening. So I'm going to try and stop around when that's happening and direct people towards his stream.
Every single one of you, and he loves you so much. Amen.
So guys, we've decided to leave that protest now. I'm going to mooch about.
Wow, epic footage of people shouting. Congratulations.
We're just going past the Manchester Islamic Centre, which we've filmed outside of before. We've got O'Connell's Irish.
This area looks cool. Reminds me of Bristol a little bit.
Bar. The biggest tit in Manchester. The blue tit. So as you can see, it's very peaceful now. The protests have stopped. Something's gone on here.
Yeah, people always bellyache about something. Let's say we stop immigration. People will still complain about the people that are already here. Let's say trans people have full rights. People will still, you know, want more than that. Yeah, I did see the bit about him saying he would bang Firebat. You know what I think with the trough? Honestly, I think he isn't pansexual. I think he will just fuck anything with a pulse. I don't think that's the same thing, to be honest. Maybe by technicality. But we're acting like that is like queer or something. When actually, no, that's just what degenerate men are like. They'll just fuck anything with a pulse. Have I been to Manchester? I've been to the Old Trafford cricket ground to see Radiohead when I was like 17. That's the only time. I've never seen like the city or anything.
So everyone, as we're leaving Manchester, the sun's come out. Typical. Hope you enjoyed the video, everyone. It's bye from me and it's bye from Sazzy. Let me know what you think in the comments. As always, hit the like button and we'll see you on the next one.
I clicked to pause. I clicked to pause and it just went on to the next thing. Jesus Christ. Yep, there we go. Here's a bunch of people on two sides of an argument who have nothing better to do with their time. I don't know, just find some shit to do. Get hobbies. I don't know, do anything. You have a church. Oh, you're a Christian. Wow. Anyway, that was fascinating. That was fascinating. Apparently Steve met a cult member. So he's got some stuff from the protest, but I don't want to listen. I'm not as interested in Steve anymore. I did a video about him. I've been able to put across a lot of my criticisms of his shit and kind of frame it as, hey, try these debate tactics on him. So yeah, I don't know. I want to move on to the shortfatotaku thing, and then that'll probably be most of the stream. I think it's about 7 p.m. I'll keep an eye on... Fuck. No, I'll worry about that in a bit. I'll worry about that in a bit. Okay, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs, etc., etc. Check the links in my description. We're going to watch this short fatotaku thing and actually hopefully finish it this time, because we watched 5 or 10 minutes and then I got interrupted. He's apparently getting some beef with this Nyara VT person who whines on the internet about how hard their life is as a trans woman in Germany, which I'm sure is just so fucking difficult. I'm sure this person's life is almost as hard as fucking Katie Neve's life. Wow. And this guy was criticizing them. There's a lot of like bullshit Twitter drama that we're gonna get into. So far, I can't say I've been blown away. Like most of these things, it's kind of, well, I don't really like either side of this whole argument. But we'll see what this whole video was. Apologies for a bit of repetition. Oh, is Parry still live? Hang on. Ah, no, he's not. No, he's not. Okay. Okay. I'll kind of check in pretty later on. Isn't Germany pretty progressive? Supposedly, yeah. I don't know. Those kind of people that their whole thing is just whining about how hard their lives are because they're trans. I just hate that shit. I'm just over it. I can't listen to more people fucking belly aching about first world problems all the time. Like, I don't know, man. It's just not that bad. But anyway, so we're gonna watch this again. Let's see if we can get through more of it. He's live on Kick. Okay, is he doing the debate on Kick, or is he going back on YouTube for the debate? Anyway, so trans activists hurt trans rights. Let's see what this video was. Like the stream.
Guess what, guys? It's another Dev monetizes his Twitter arguments episode. Aren't these the best videos I make? Okay, this might be some goofy fun, but for real, there is an actual topic underneath all of the slop I want to get at. This time, the drama began with me engaging in one of my favorite low-effort pastimes in social media, dunking on Insane Cope. The person who runs the Insane Cope account is actually really fucking retarded. The entire point of the account, when it first began anyway, was to repost people who were coping on social media, which can be pretty funny, but over time it devolved into posting the most partisan bullshit. If any post is outside of the very narrow slice of extreme right-wing politics that this guy finds acceptable, he will repost it and call it cope, even when he's just blatantly wrong. Which is why he's honestly really easy to farm. Here's a prime example. In the UK, a 16-year-old transgender girl named Brianna Gay was stabbed to death by her classmates, and I've seen many right-wingers online mock her death. Now, you are allowed to do that, that's free speech. It might be rude, but rude speech is still free speech. That's not what I'm getting at. The argument here is that Insane Cope thought that mourning her death or pointing out right-wing hypocrisy on the topic of mocking tragic deaths was cope. That's fucking stupid. It's very obvious looking at this guy's account nowadays.
You know what I think? I think that mocking death is just the new meta. You've got progressives doing it with Charlie Kirk. You've got weird right-wingers on Twitter doing it when it's some trans person that ends their own life or gets killed or something. It's just the new meta. Again, like, being a fucking moral fag on either side. Oh, the other side is so bad for this. It's like, everyone's fucking doing it now, you know?
That whatever he calls cope is actually just anything that makes the left look good or the right look bad, even to the point of unironically going to bat for Hitler. So yeah, he's actually really great to mess with on Twitter. Every time I end up getting more likes and retweets than he does on one of his posts, which does happen on a regular basis, he ends up coming into my comments and bitching me out about it, which is really
This is how you know that short fatotaku here is a cool guy, by the way. He's ratioing people on Twitter. So basically it's like Keffel's 2.0. Congratulations. Like me personally, I don't think I'd be flexing about this on my channel if I engaged with it. I'd be quite embarrassed actually. But anyway.
Funny. In case you can't tell, I'm not actually taking this idiot all that seriously. I'm basically just trolling him for shits and giggles. Today's story begins with one such event. This anti-trans guy said, "We will outlast you."
What I also will say is, like, making someone crash out on Twitter is like the easiest thing in the world. Everyone crashes out on Twitter. What you gotta do is get someone to crash the fuck out, like, on a video, on like YouTube or something. That's where the real shit is. That's what you gotta do.
You are a small, irrelevant fraction of the hobby. You will never be a woman. You are a mentally ill freak. Now, this guy's account has actually been deleted, so I don't exactly know what hobby he's referring to, but I don't think it matters. This reads like an anti-woke guy who doesn't like the fact that trans people are in his hobby, whatever hobby that is. The trans account Demon Faye Shay replied with, "I will outlive you." Insane Cope reposted this claim as Cope on his account. Then Insane Cope, another account that likes to shit on Insane Cope, reposted this claim with the message, "Trans people and their existence will outlast your backwards and idiotic ideology." Then Insane Cope reposted that post, and then I finally responded with, "This is just true. There are historic records of people having what we now call gender dysphoria."
Once again, conflating gender dysphoria with trans, not the same thing. This guy isn't super knowledgeable. And that's kind of scary because he's a chaser. You'd think a chaser would know this shit, but hey.
Of years ago,
he's probably one of those. He's probably one of those that actually thinks it's necessary, I guess.
Attempts to wipe out transgenderism won't actually work, and trans people will likely continue to exist as long as humans do. Jesus Christ, this entire thing is a nesting doll of Twitter slop. By the way, my claim here is ultimately correct. We've had evidence of gender dysphoria in humans for a very long time now. It doesn't actually matter how anti-trans a culture might get. You cannot actually wipe out trans people. Same thing with gay people. You can suppress them, but they're always going to exist. One of the replies to my tweet is this guy saying, "In the future, dysphoria will be cured with a pill, and transitioning will be viewed like lobotomies." He included a screen cap of a very old tweet.
Very delusional, by the way.
Tweet of mine during the conversion therapy discourse from a few years ago. Feel free to go check out that old video if you want to know what he's talking about. I replied with, "If this future ever comes to pass, I don't have high hopes for it, and it won't come to pass in our lifetimes." And then another guy said, "I'd say it's about as likely as a man ever becoming a woman." Basically, what's being said here in this entire chain of conversation is that gender dysphoria's best known treatment is transitioning. And while it's possible that there are undiscovered treatments out there that don't involve transitioning, so far, our efforts to find them have been fruitless. And if they do exist, I personally don't think they'll be found within our lifetimes. And then this dude makes a glib remark about, men can't be women, which isn't really responding to anything that's being said. So this is when I responded with the tweet that pissed everyone off.
Yeah. We'll talk about like, oh, well, there'll be this treatment and that treatment. The truth is, when we talk about gender dysphoria, we're kind of we're starting from the middle, when we should be thinking about why it is that people have gender dysphoria, which seems to be for a whole lot of different reasons. So actually it's going to be a whole lot of different, cures or whatever, treatment, where one size doesn't fit all. And some people are always going to have to transition, really. And some people probably shouldn't transition because it's about something else. But we just treat it as if like gender dysphoria is this, innate thing or something, which I don't know, man.
Posted, "Nobody reasonable actually thinks that trans women metamorphose into biological females. The ask is not believe that men are women. It's don't be an asshole. You don't have to like trans people. You do have to leave them alone." And just so we're clear here, I'm completely correct on this. I might have received a lot of blowback, but I'm not backing down from any of it. I don't care how big of a horde of people showed up to complain. They're all wrong and I'm right. In fact, there were two hordes of people. The first horde was left-wing, deranged trans activists who hopped in to say that HRT does in fact turn trans women into biological females, and saying anything otherwise is transphobic. In fact, according to this crowd, if you side with trans women on every reasonable policy prescription with regards to their individual liberties, but you refuse to believe they become female, then you're exactly the same as a bigoted right-winger trying to force them back into the closet. These people are fucking delusional, and they're actively toxic.
Yeah, Rose Malay. God bless. I'm glad that Dev is here to tell us. We're almost 5 minutes in, and what we've learned so far is there's a lot of retarded people on Twitter. I kind of already knew that, for sure.
To their own civil rights. The second horde was right-wing, legitimate.
Excuse me, I'm just waiting for the Graham Linehan bit, because Graham Linehan fucking chimed in.
Bigots who really do just lack the brain power to actually engage with the conversation in a meaningful way, screaming about how gender affirmation is just validating their delusions and doesn't actually help with gender dysphoria, even though it does. Screaming about how trans people are actually just groomers and child rapists and fetishists and school shooters, even though this is overwhelmingly not the case. Screaming about how the most maximal pro-trans, radically left-wing position.
Here he is. Imagine you've written like multiple hit TV shows. Some of which were actually really good, by the way. And these days what you're doing is arguing with fucking shortfatotaku on Twitter about trans issues, thinking that he personally is trying to get into women's spaces in sports. As if this guy plays sports, as if this guy's even trans. He's so fucking stupid, man. Like, what happened?
Where you must believe that trans women have transitioned so perfectly that they have become fully biologically female, and there is no difference between them and cis women, is actually the position that all trans women automatically believe, and there is no moderates to be found among them. And then of course there are a few who are claiming that I'm gay or trans myself. Both of these two hordes were ultimately irrational, but for different reasons, and we'll explore them both. Let's hone in on one specific reply, from the trans activist crazy camp. From Nyara VT, what aspect when it comes to the classification of
Or if you're in a band and you're in my Discord, then self-promo is very much allowed. Just so you're aware.
biological female are we using? Gametes? Not reliable enough to make this claim without excluding cis people.
As a nyara VT chimes in. So I already talked about this because we already watched this part of the video. What people like this like to do, completely erroneously by the way, is assume that for sex to make any sense as a binary, there has to be one completely consistent through line with all women and all men, and that isn't really how it works. Like, to me, there's a hierarchy. So, like, gametes are the most strong indicator. Whichever gamete you produce, you just are that sex, you know? You just know straight away by someone's gametes if they produce them. Not everyone does, so you look at, say, their genitalia. Their genitalia would inform what sex they are. If that's not clear, you know, chromosomes might help. Other things might help, you know, secondary sex characteristics at a certain point. You can find most people to be male or female just by kind of going down the list. And it doesn't mean that any one thing, you know, defines sex for all people of that sex, you know, and to think that way is to automatically be erroneous. So I think what these people do, they give it a kind of, how do I put this? Fuck, I need to think how to put this. They present an erroneous version of how it works and then take it down, when actually what they're presenting just isn't the best way of thinking about it. And it really isn't the case that sex either is or isn't binary. We kind of have to be sexually dimorphic because there's one way of reproducing, and that's via the two gametes. And you can certainly observe an awful lot of similarities between one gamete producer, between all of one gamete producer and all of the other. Like, you know, 99 times out of 100, you see a person, you just know that they're male or female. And there's the odd person that it's confusing for. All you can really say is, well, the binary is this amount accurate, right? You know, 99 point whatever % accurate. So then it becomes, well, then if there's a better model, then show it. But these people don't have a better model. They have two humps on a graph where the x-axis is almost never defined. And where it is, it's just number of sex characteristics with no kind of thought as to what should have more weight put to it than what. Like, if you have testicles, it's a bit of a stronger indicator than if you have facial hair, because women can have facial hair. And I don't know. I've seen the odd woman with facial hair. I've never been confused as to what sex they are. You just see the odd woman that's got facial hair. Or men with tits, you know what I mean? You get fat men, they grow tits. That's just kind of how it is. Or a man might have gynecomastia. But if you have a penis, it's much more of an indicator what sex you are than whether you've got tits or not. So yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know if it's dishonest or if this person is just genuinely not very bright. It's always hard to tell.
Chromosomes? Not reliable enough either. HRT gives you changes associated with the opposite sex. Primary sex characteristics can be adjusted, focusing on reproductive
The thing is, what this means is, like, well, it's intentionality that matters. It's intent. Well, if a male person has to take estrogen for some reason, they grow, like, tits, they get certain, like, opposite sex, secondary sex characteristics. They're not now women because they don't identify as women. What these people think is that you identify as something, therefore you are. And that doesn't work. That makes whatever you're identifying as meaningless, if that's what the definition is. So this just doesn't work. And I don't think this kind of shit is going to stand the test of time. I really do think eventually it's going to be seen as very preposterous that people once thought, well, I can just say I'm this thing and I'm this thing. Like, okay, it works for something like non-binary, but it doesn't really work for trans, you know?
organs would exclude cis people. Intersex people by default break the black and white thinking, and their exceptions doesn't really fly. Trans women are women. We don't become women. We may adjust our appearance to match our gender identity, but that doesn't mean we weren't said gender before transitioning. Also, being female is not a requirement of being a woman. Biological female, as if trans women are artificial women, is also disgusting transphobic language that makes no sense. Trans women are real women, trans men are real men.
That's very stupid. We always appeal to trans women are real women, but we never say how. Because woman means adult human female. You just can become a woman in people's realities. You can be perceived as a woman when you're not technically one. And in some circumstances, it makes more sense to regard trans women as women. You know what I mean? That's kind of where you transition. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get it to a place where you can define woman in a way that includes men or males. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work. Trans women are like exceptions. And the rule is, well, women are adult human female.
Now, there's a lot to go over here, but first, let's talk about who Nyara is, since I don't think...
Do you know what the most... I keep pausing. Do you know what the most annoying thing of all about all this is? It gave rise to the question, well then what is a woman? Because truthfully, they can't define woman in a way that makes sense and isn't circular. And isn't based on a feedback loop. Which is exactly the same thing I just said twice, oops. So these people gave Matt Walsh a fucking career. And Matt Walsh sucks. He doesn't deserve a career. He was right about something extremely obvious. And now he's like fucking lauded by some people. Now he's fucking etched in the history books. He don't fucking deserve that. And we gave him that win. We gave him that fucking career. That fucking sucks. I hate that. It pisses me off. I fucking hate Matt Walsh.
I think I've really covered her on my channel before. She's a trans activist VTuber with a pretty...
Yeah, exactly. Like, what does woman mean if not adult human female? What's a definition of it that makes any fucking sense? Like, it has to have a certain meaning. It has to mean female for male people to covet it. You know what I mean? I covet being female. I want people to know me as female. I just do. I can't explain why. I would never be able to put it in a way that would make sense to most people. It's just how I feel. There has to be something there that you covet. So it has to mean something real. It can't just mean, well, you think you are. Well, then why the fuck did I transition? Why not just think I'm a woman? If that's what makes sense. Because it's something more. It's something that you covet, you know?
pretty sizable audience, who is politically very far left. As far as I can tell, she's some type of socialist, though I cannot imagine she is so stupid as to be an authoritarian socialist, like a Marxist-Leninist, tanky type of socialist, a Soviet Union simp. She gives off more of an anarcho-socialist vibe.
Don't know what the fuck he's talking about here.
To me personally. Not that it matters that much, because the anarchists almost always end up being handmaidens to the tankies when the communist revolution kicks off anyway. I first heard of Nyara when she debated two smaller right-wing VTubers, Akko and Leaflet, on trans issues. And just to be clear, Nyara won both of those debates. Not because she's correct. No, Nyara is wrong about basically everything she says. But rather...
Yeah, listen, if you lose a debate with that Mama Akko person, you should just fucking give up. I mean, this person should give up anyway because they're embarrassing, but like, Jesus Christ.
It's because Leaflet is horribly uneducated on trans stuff, while Akko is a closeted retard who doesn't want to admit how AGP they actually are. Both of those debates consisted of Nyara asking the most obviously leading questions.
You ask yourself why you transitioned? I didn't ask myself why I transitioned. It's very simple as to why I transitioned. I wish I was female. And I'd rather people thought I was. For whatever reason. I don't know. Quite simple for me.
And dog-walking those two into pitfalls constantly. But it was my tweet that kicked off a 2-week crash out on Nyara's part. And funnily enough, she blocked me at the end of week 1. She just kept going on her own. She still occasionally drops veiled tweets that are related in part to our very long argument. Even as I'm recording this fucking video, she's still doing it, dude. But as
Are they veiled tweet? This person just tweets complete nonsense all the time, just whining constantly.
What as this all is, this isn't really a Nyara drama video, if the title didn't make that obvious. I want to actually discuss the underlying ideas. Nyara's position is that the classification of biological female doesn't actually work. In her view, gametes don't work because some cis women don't produce gametes. Chromosomes don't work because some cis women don't.
Yeah, so what it is then is that it works for the people that do produce gametes, but then you need to expand the definition to include people that don't. And you can do that. It is possible.
don't have XX chromosomes. The argument she's making is that because we can't draw a line between all cis women and all non-cis women to define the phrase biological female, then the classification doesn't actually work. But Nyara is engaging in a very obvious Loki's wager fallacy. Just in case you don't know, the Loki's wager fallacy comes from this story where Loki made a bet with some dwarves, and he wagered his head. He lost the bet, so when the dwarves came to collect, Loki said, "You can have my head, but none of my neck." While everybody involved could agree that Loki had a head and a neck, nobody could agree precisely where the neck ended and where the head began. As a result, the dwarves could never truly be sure if they were taking neck from Loki that they had no right to, and so Loki got away with it. In the real world, what this fallacy is referring to goes a little something like this. Imagine a set of data that is distributed bimodally, meaning that while there is observed data points all along the spectrum, a vast majority of the data clusters in two areas. A small minority of measured points might exist to the very far left or the very far right of the distribution, or in between the two clusters, but most of the points are within the clusters. The Loki's wager fallacy is an argument that says you cannot actually recognize these two clusters as distinct groups, simply because you cannot draw a perfect line dividing the two, since those middle outliers get in the way. The most famous bimodal distribution, by the way, is the measurement of primary and secondary sex characteristics. The vast majority of human beings that are measured fall into either the masculine or feminine clusters, but there is a minority of people that don't fall neatly into either and exist in the middle. Because these people exist, you cannot cleanly draw a line between the two clusters, and therefore you cannot actually differentiate between the two clusters. That is the Loki's wager fallacy, and that is one problem among many with Nyara's logic. By the way, my pointing out this obvious logical inconsistency was like 2 tweets into this whole thing, and I realized pretty much instantly that Nyara was not going to debate me on stream like she did with Akko and Leaflet. It's a lot easier to defend your ideas in front of an audience when you're dealing with a degenerate inbred or somebody who just doesn't know about trans stuff, respectively. Not to toot my own horn too much, but I actually do know a fair bit about this stuff, and I don't think that somebody like Nyara,
Not enough not to conflate gender dysphoria and trans, but okay,
could ever actually face a real criticism of her ideas. Nyara's next point is that HRT gives you changes associated with the opposite sex, and this is true. A trans woman on HRT has female hormones, though I have actually heard some anecdotes that post-op trans women on
you have hormones that more resemble the average female.
HRT have hormone profiles that are more.
I think hormones are female if they're produced within a female person. I don't have female hormones. They just resemble more a female than a male. They're still male hormones because I'm still male.
Like menopausal women, which isn't normal if you're in the premenopause age, but that's a minor detail. Hormones do in fact change things quite a bit, so fair enough. But being hormonally female is not the same thing as being fully female. It's a part of being female, but it's not the whole thing. Intersex people also do break the black and white thinking, again, fair enough. But trans women and intersex people are two different things. There is overlap, of course, but a lot of trans women out there were not actually born with some intersex condition. Trans activists have been co-opting intersex struggles for their own purposes for a pretty long time now.
Oh no, this is both sides. Watch a fucking Billboard Steve video. Both fucking sides do this shit, man.
Trans women are women. We don't become women. This is the sex-gender distinction thing. I've spoken about it on this channel many times before, and we'll dive into it from a different angle a little bit later. Same thing with being female isn't a requirement of being a woman. Here's the bit I want to focus.
You're a woman in the reality of anyone that sees you as a woman. That's how it is. Some people just want to tell people they're women and be accepted as that. That doesn't really work, to be honest.
Focus on next. Biological female, as if trans women are artificial women, is also disgusting transphobic language that makes no sense. Yeah, so Nyara believes that the label biological female is disgusting and transphobic because it implies that trans women are not biological women, they're artificial women, and she thinks that's bigoted. This is the place where we begin to drill down. For the sake of argument, let's take the ultimate passing trans woman. Everyone liked to use Blair White for this back in the day, but frankly, as she's gotten more plastic surgery, she's actually looped around and begun to pass less. It's like she went from cute trans girl trying to look like a girl to trans girl trying to look like a trans girl, if that makes any sense. So instead, let's take my friend Taftash, who is pretty much everyone's transitioning goals nowadays. So, what qualities does Taftash share with cis women? Well, she looks like them, that's a big one. It's probably the most important one for casual everyday interaction. She's also got a lot of female secondary sex characteristics. She has breasts, she has a feminine body shape with appropriate fat distribution, she has a higher pitched voice, and
I feel both the right and left are going more and more insane. I think they probably always have been insane. It's been very noticeable more recently. It certainly got very noticeable mid last year when all these fucking protests started at hotels and stuff. But I imagine this insanity has just always been a thing and it just takes on different forms. I think people assume that things are just getting like crazier and crazier or getting worse and worse. I think it probably isn't usually true, you know.
And smoother skin. She doesn't have male secondary sex characteristics. She grows no facial hair, nor is she beginning to go bald, at least as far as I know. She has the hormonal profile of a woman. And if you want to call that hormonally female, that makes sense to me. However, there are also things that cis women have that Taftage just doesn't. There are some parts of being female that Taftage lacks. The big one is gametes, and Nyara thinks that using gametes doesn't work, but I think I can show how it does. When we talk about any other animal species on the planet, when we say female, what we mean is the sex of that species that produces large gametes. And the same with...
Yeah, we see it more and more, I guess, and the internet has probably like amplified the fuck out of that, especially when it kind of seems like the internet is like over-representative of the extremes. I reckon there's probably been insane people all the time. They're just more noticeable now, you know.
Male producing small gametes. It's not chromosomes. You can't say that a male is a member of the species with XY chromosomes because, for example, birds use...
Why did he pick Taftage? Because Taftage is much less embarrassing than Blair White, and holding up Blair White as an example is embarrassing.
A WZ chromosomal system, and they still have males and females. It's also not genitals because, for example, female hyenas have penises.
Yeah, really where it comes down to is, well, what does sex refer to? It, to most people, I think, refers to like your reproductive role, or what should be it, you know, what you develop towards it becoming. And you can see that because someone who can't have kids usually still has the same genitalia and all that kind of shit. So it depends what you're actually defining sex as. Like, what is the definition of sex?
If we are having a biological discussion, it is gamete production. That's it. What this also means is that although humans have two sexes, the large gamete producers and the small gamete producers, it also stands to reason that hypothetically, there can be humans that produce both large and small gametes at the same time, and also humans that produce no gametes. These two extra classifications rationally make sense. Now, in the real world, humans that produce no gametes at all throughout their entire life are considered neuter, neither male nor female. And to date, we have not yet observed any type of intersex condition that actually allows somebody to produce both types of gametes. We've only ever seen people who produce one or none. In other words, while humans have two sexes, we theoretically...
Yeah, they don't actually have penises. Female hyenas have something that looks like it, you know.
We have 4 possible sex groups.
There'll be some specific thing to their species that mean that that's a, you know, an advantageous way of reproducing specific to that species, because things all evolve in their own way, you know, to keep things going.
Groupings, for lack of a better term. Male, female, both, or neither. And in reality, we've only ever observed 3 of these, male, female, and neither. When people say the phrase biological female or biological male, this is what they're referring to. Not hormone profiles, not passing. It's the part of...
Biological female is the same as natal female, the same as assigned female at birth. It's all just synonyms. Complaining about any of these terms being like dog whistles or whatever shit is just lame. Just people need to start substituting words in their head. And again, it's both sides that do this. It's really fucking annoying. If someone uses a term that clearly just means something else that you'd prefer to be used, just substitute it in your head and keep the conversation going. You don't have to say biological female. You can say assigned female at birth. You can say natal female. You can say what you want. But you know what each other is talking about. And like policing the language, to me, comes across more as a way of like avoiding the conversation than having it, when you could just be substituting things. You don't have to assume just because someone's using a term that you think is a dog whistle, that they're using it as a dog whistle. They might just mean the same thing you mean, just with a different word.
Being a female or a male that cannot be replicated with current technology, but is
it physically possible for a human to produce both? I have seen maybe 2 or 3 like accounts of someone that could produce both, none of which have been proven. Technically, maybe it is possible that a person can produce both at the same time. I guess that person is both sexes in that case, I'm not sure. It would be 1 in billions chance, you know what I mean? That there would be single digit around the world amounts of people that can actually do that, you know?
is a part of only some humans by the random chance of their birth. When someone like Nyara makes the statement, trans women are women, what's actually being said is, even if they don't know it, trans women and cis women have enough in common that they should be placed into the same classification. And looking at Taftach again, you can see the best case argument for this plain as day. She obviously has a lot in common with cis women. She looks like one, she has the secondary sex characteristics of one, she has the hormone profile of one, but she does not have the reproductive capabilities of one. She doesn't have a uterus that sheds its lining once a month. She can't get pregnant or give birth. So the question actually is, should trans women be placed into the same bucket as cis women based on all of these qualities they have in common? Or should they be put...
The answer to this is, well, it depends on the situation. In sport, should trans women be placed in the same bucket as cis women? Probably not. Toilets? Yeah, probably, because the main concern is that you might make women uncomfortable if you're a man. But if you look like a woman and no one's going to think that you're a man, then where's the harm? You know what I mean? Sometimes, the easiest way to put it is, sometimes when you're like splitting people by male and female or man and woman, sometimes what matters most is sex, such as things like sport, maybe prisons, stuff like that. Sometimes gender is more important because it's more about what you perceive. It depends on the situation. And really we shouldn't be doing this kind of blanket, well, trans women are always women. Well, not always, no. As much as possible, we should treat trans women as women because it helps them. There's just going to be certain like instances where it's not realistic to. I think that'd be a much better way of looking at it than just blanket trans women are women, you know? Like in plenty of ways, I'm not that similar to a woman. And in some ways I am, compared to like other men. Oh, hi Billy, I hope you're good.
into a different bucket based on the qualities they don't have in common.
I wonder if some of the language difference is generational. Much of the newer, more specific terms is new. I can imagine older people falling back on biological. Yeah, I think so. The idea we should like demonize words that we used to use when it's stuff like that is pretty insane. I think that works very well. I think it makes a lot of sense to do when it's things like the N-word and shit, you know, words that they used to use to like call people slaves and stuff like that. You know, that's fair enough. But like stuff like biological woman, it's ridiculous to treat that as like a slur almost.
If you're approaching this topic honestly, that's...
Who gets to decide what should be based on sex or gender? Well, I mean, you know, that'd be like policy kind of shit, wouldn't it? What does the government think toilets should be? Do they think it should be gender-based? Okay, well then, use the one that you look best in. If you don't, you're liable to have a complaint. You're liable to be confronted. You're liable for the person that doesn't like you being in there to complain to the business. And then the business might tell you can't go in there, that kind of thing. That becomes about more like policy at that point. And then, you know, it's the same for like sport. Well, the IOC's policy is no trans women in women's sports. So there you go. That's where you get to that kind of concern.
It's actually a pretty complicated question. I attempted to answer it a few years ago in my video titled Are Trans Women Actually Women? And I think I did a pretty good job of it. Feel free to go back and watch it if you like. But today I'm approaching the question from a slightly different angle, in a way that will actually help us pull back the curtain on Nyara's thinking a bit. The core argument of that previous video, by the way, is basically that the whole Loki's wig...
I'll be honest, I don't need the curtain pulled back on Nyara's thinking. It really is just, well, if I think I'm a woman, therefore I am one. And, you know, I should be able to police anyone that thinks otherwise, the way they talk about me and the way they perceive me and stuff, which just isn't realistic. So it's not really much of a mystery what people like Nyara think, but I guess I'll entertain this. I'll see if he's making much sense when he talks about this shit, which so far is, you know, he's okay, I guess.
Wager thing can in fact be turned back on Nyara's own position. She said that you can't go by gametes because cis women who have had their ovaries removed no longer produce large gametes.
So you can't go by gametes when they don't produce gametes. If they do produce gametes, yes, you can go by gametes.
Meaning they're no longer female. Personally, I'm actually just willing to totally bite the bullet on that, by the way. Yeah, they become neuter. Nearly every society on the planet has accepted this logic for males who lose their testicles. They were no longer considered male, they were neuter. Some even had specific social roles for eunuchs that neither men nor women could access. So this isn't exactly new weird logic or anything. We've understood this kind of thing for a while. But Nyara's position is that if women are female, and some females lose their ovaries, then gametes can't be part of the equation. Because a line cannot be cleanly drawn between all women and all non-women along the basis of femaleness, then no...
Other places get to choose the policy. Well, I mean, if that's your job, then that's what you do. If that's your business, then it's up to you who goes where, you know what I mean? At that point, that is just stuff that kind of is, you know? And criteria they use, I mean, let's take the IOC. the kind of criteria they're using are specific things about chromosomes and, you know, gamete production or whatever, hormone levels, to determine who is what. And their reasoning will be things like, well, males tend to be stronger and physically more able than women. And you see that borne out in a lot of results in sports, a lot of times, things like that. I mean, to follow someone's criteria, I mean, you have to obey the law, you know. If you don't obey the law, you'll get in trouble. If you don't go by the rules of whatever business or whatever you're in, then you risk being thrown out and not allowed back in, you know, barred.
No line at all can be drawn, which means that the only people who are women in the end are those who self-identify as women. And even she knows there's a problem with it.
Wow, he got there. 15 minutes. I could have done this much quicker, but okay. I guess he's being thorough, you know. I should stop hating. I should stop hating
this, as I'm sure she's heard it before. That's a circular definition. Nyara is correct to make fun of this idea, because all definitions are circular, that's true. However, Nyara is still wrong. Even though I'm not a progressive, I can say that's true.
Yeah, this is just stupid. I'm sorry. It's really fucking stupid. Like, you don't suddenly not become a woman if you're an adult human female because you identify out of it. That doesn't change your sex. And woman generally refers to adult human female. I don't really know how you identify out of that kind of thing. Not unless you've done an awful lot to change your appearance, for example, to where people perceive you as a man. If everyone perceives you as a woman even though you don't identify as one, then in those people's reality, you're still a woman, you know? So it doesn't follow the logic of transitioning. Like, this just makes no sense. The through line between all women is not they all call themselves women. That makes women completely meaningless.
However, Nyara is still wrong. Even though I'm not a progressive, I consider myself lucky that I got to enjoy a progressive university education. One of the first people you learn about when learning critical theory is the French philosopher Jacques Derrida. He's the guy that we get deconstruction from. A core part of deconstructive analysis is the idea of difference. Yes, that's just the word difference with a bad French accent, but it's not simply the idea of difference. Derrida purposefully misspelled the word with an extra A in order to ground the idea in both the French word for differ, as in to be unalike, and the French word for defer, as in to postpone. Difference is recognizing that signs are not identical with what they signify. They gain their meaning through their differences to other signs. Meaning arises from the differentiation of one sign from another, and through a constant deferral of meaning along a chain of infinite signs. Derrida described language as being a series of life rafts in the ocean that we hop between, never actually arriving at the true shoreline of the real world. Here's the example my professor used to describe how this works. There's the sign, in this case the word be, and its real-world corresponding object, the signified, a real be. Why is it that when we read the word be, we understand its meaning, its link to the real be? Well, my professor tasked the class with listing off a bunch of qualities that we know real bees have. Here's 3 obvious ones. They're bugs, they're yellow, and they make honey. Well, each of these words are also signs, and they also point at real-world things. So we do the process again, this time for the word honey. What qualities does honey have? It's sticky, it's sweet, it's made in a hive. We can repeat this process again for hive, home, hexagon, bug. And now we've come back around to a familiar word. Both hive and bee led us to bug. In Derrida's terms, we've hopped around in the life rafts of language, jumping from raft to raft, without ever encountering the shoreline, a real bee. And this has been a circular journey. We've returned back to the word be. But because we've gone on this journey, we've encountered other concepts and understood how they relate to each other, we now have more knowledge of what a bee actually is. All definitions are necessarily circular, but because words have qualities and those qualities have qualities, we can trace through a web of meaning and understand what an initial word actually means based on its relations to other words. Most rightoids who debate this shit don't actually know why circular definitions are bad, which is probably why Nyara mocked the idea. She's likely encountered those rightoids in the past. But the actual problem here is that definitions that are circular in one step, well, it turns out there's no web of meaning to trace down. There's no understanding to be gained by examining how the word exists in relation to other words. If you were to actually draw a Derrida-style web of meaning for the word woman, what related qualities—
They always end up on language. Yeah, true.
might you put in there to begin your journey of raft hopping? Maybe things like large gametes, XX chromosomes, larger breasts, wider hips. But these are things that Nyara has already explicitly rejected as necessary parts of being a woman. From Nyara's point of view, the word woman cannot actually point to these things, for the same reason that the word bee cannot point to, say, mammal. So, what's left? How would Nyara draw a web of meaning for the word woman? Well, when she said, the only thing that all women have in common is that we are adult human beings who identify.
Yeah, it's almost like mammals just kind of instinctively know who they should and shouldn't be mating with, you know? It's almost like that exists regardless. And that once again, it means that sex is an important thing that we need to stop pretending doesn't exist, just so we can be inclusive to trans people, you know?
As such. What she's saying is, the word woman only points back to itself. It is self-referential. It contains no relations to any other concepts. In fact, the very idea that the word woman might contain any qualities at all is inherently transphobic to her, because that means somebody might identify as a woman and yet still lack that quality, which means the existence of the quality in its position as a relation to the word woman is actually gatekeeping womanhood from that individual. In other words, if there's any sort of external standards attached to the word woman that outside people can observe and judge those who claim to be women by, then it's automatically transphobic because of the possibility that someone might not actually pass that judgment. Therefore, for Nyara, the word woman must be self-referential and contain no other meaningful content. You are a woman if you say you are, and that is all the word means. So, if we actually did draw a web of meaning for this view of the word woman, it would be circular in one step. Now, maybe you think this isn't a problem, like who cares? Well, what this diagram's telling us is that it is impossible for anybody to actually know what the word woman means, at least in the Derridaean sense. It has become a useless, empty word, devoid of meaning, and if we were to sub in a truly meaningless word into the diagram, the problem becomes obvious. What is a glorbus? Can we actually truly know if the word glorbus contains no relations to any other ideas? If it can be any shape or size or color? If it can be alive or dead? If it can serve any function or no function? If its only quality is that it's a glorbus, how would we know one if we saw one? Now, there actually is a pretty good rebuttal to the Derrida way of viewing language. I even gave it to Nyara at one point, though she wasn't smart enough to get it. But hey, you know that old saying about leading horses to water? And speaking of horses, that's actually the rebuttal. There's an old story, well old by internet standards, of an argument between a TERF and a trans activist. The TERF said that
Can everyone stop whining in my chat, please? It's in the title, this is what I'm watching, so I'm watching this. Please stop whining. Very tedious. Thank you. Anyway.
Chair is defined as having 4 legs, a back, and a place to sit upon. We can see this adheres to Derrida's web of meaning nicely. The signifier is chair. Its qualities are 4 legs, back, and place to sit. But then, the trans activist shows them a horse. By this definition, a horse is a chair. It has 4 legs, it has a back, it has a place to sit. Now, maybe you think you just need to add more qualities to your concept of chair. Like, okay, chair.
No, you don't. You just have to understand that leg has more than one meaning here. Because horse's leg is obviously very different to a chair's leg. Also, my chair does not have 4 legs. It has 1 middle bit and then 5 bits that stick out and some wheels. So a chair having 4 legs isn't even necessary.
Chairs aren't made of living flesh like a horse is. Fine. How about a fake horse? Is that a chair? The problem here is that you will never actually be able to provide a set of qualities that draws a perfect circle around all things we call chairs, while excluding all things that we don't call chairs. There will always be some edge.
A chair isn't a thing with 4 legs. A chair is something you fucking sit on. Very, very easy.
Case, because even after we've attached over 9,000 qualities to the signifier, some rare item will require 901 to be truly excluded, per the strictest definition of the word. Another way to look at this is we've returned to Loki's wager again. A second philosopher of language that I had the opportunity to read while at school was Wittgenstein. In his most well-known book, Philosophical Investigations, he formulated his most well-known argument. The meaning of a word is in its use in the language. Wittgenstein is taking a completely
Yeah, my chair has 5 wheels. So it's not a chair then, it's something else? I don't know. Do we think maybe we probably use language a bit differently when describing things that we ourselves make for specific functions than how we describe things that exist, whether we exist to call it anything or not, you know what I mean?
different approach to language than Derrida is. For Derrida, meaning is derived by a word's relationship to other words. For Wittgenstein, meaning is derived by empirically observing the real-world thing that humans use the word to refer to, while Derrida might derive meaning for the word chair by observing its relationships to the idea of having 4 legs and a back and a seat. Wittgenstein derives meaning from the word chair by looking at a real-life chair. And while Derrida's method might have problems differentiating between a chair and a horse, for Wittgenstein, there is no such problem. He simply points at the horse and the chair, and the argument is settled. So, let's bring all this back to the question at hand, which is, what is a woman?
A stool isn't actually a kind of chair. A chair is a kind of seat, a seat being something a person would sit on. Like, a seat in a car isn't a chair. A stool, maybe some people would call it a chair, they're not really a chair. A chair is just a style of seat. And as you make more different kinds, it becomes more fuzzy as to what is what, but that's all shit that we have made. You know, it's quite tedious shit to talk about, to be honest.
The reason we're asking that question is because we want to see if trans women fall under the umbrella of woman, if they fit into the bucket of woman. Well, for Derrida, we discover what a woman is by examining its qualities, and then tracing the web of meaning. There is one definition of woman.
Yeah, like why would you examine the qualities of things humans build for specific purposes in the same way you would something that exists? I don't know. I'm repeating myself, I know, but it's like... So, yeah, it's a long one. It's a long one. Hopefully we get into something that isn't language soon.
That actually functions as a very easy web of meaning to trace, and right-wingers...
No, a rock can be a seat. Lots of things can be a seat. A rock can't be a chair. A chair is something you make to sit on for like one person.
Love repeating it. Adult, human, female. Those are 3 qualities that the word woman contains within it. So, are trans women adults? Yes. Are they human? Yes. Are they female? Well, if the answer to that is no, then trans women aren't women, and both Nyara and the rightoids...
Yes, that's why trans women exist in the first place. Why does it matter if we're technically women or not? Like, you're a trans woman. That's fine, isn't it? Some people are going to see you as a woman even if you're not one. Isn't that what you want? Does it matter then? What any one person considers a woman to be? And like, if you're a trans woman, then something about womanhood appeals to you. That means that has to exist independently of being trans. There has to be a thing first that we then take on, you know what I mean? Yeah, a beanbag is a kind of seat too.
know this, which is why they both desperately...
Trans women are women even without HRT and surgeries, but after medically transitioning, trans women are female. Not true, but okay.
Fight on those grounds. There are, of course, other options.
Like, the problem is, like, we're arguing with someone who just says fucking delusional shit on stream and on Twitter 24/7. It's almost, I don't even know why people engage with people like fucking Nyara, to be honest. I don't know why I have. All I really have to say about people like that is that they make the rest of us look kind of stupid and they misinform people. And trans people will watch people like that and agree with people like that because it's comforting to think you can achieve objective womanhood as a trans woman. Maybe you can't, but does that matter? So then, I'm sorry, but you can make it work. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't care.
Another valid web of meaning would desperately fight on those grounds. There are, of course, other options. Another valid web of meaning...
Was Sargon on the thumbnail? I think he was, yeah. Oh, it's because he's in the video. So we get to hear from Sargon in a bit, that's nice. I think this guy used to like Sargon. I gotta admit, I have never liked Sargon, and I certainly don't now.
Would be something like, if you look like a woman, you are a woman. That includes passers like Taftach, but it would not include non-passers, which is why trans activists like Nyara consider it to be transphobic. To her, it is simply unacceptable if anybody who wants to be included in the label of woman is...
I don't have friends who believe in medical gatekeeping. The term transgender, using appearance to determine who's valid as a trans person, spent years harming the trans community for monetary gain. Wow, amazing. Gatekeeping fun terms and wants to bring those down that aren't just completely isolating themselves sucks. People should be free to label themselves however they want. Okay, people should be free to label themselves however they want, that's true. But you're not free to decide how other people see you. You can label yourself whatever you want, but people might not agree with you. They might not see you that way. And you don't really have control over that. Actually, you do have control over that. You might pass as a woman and therefore people will think you are. So you do have control over that, but these people don't like that either. So they want to devalue what trans means by saying it's just about identity. Well, what is identity? Self-identity is just what you think you are. But that can be wrong. You can be incorrect. So you cannot base trans on self-identity. It just doesn't work. And it will never work so long as that's the case. If it truly is just about self-identity, then it's impossible to like make laws around. It's impossible to determine who is what, especially when you can just change your self-identity on a whim. So how do you give rights to a group like that? You kind of fucking can't, to be honest. So it just isn't a good idea. And I'm sure, I really hope that more and more of these people start realizing eventually. Maybe this person will hit their 30s and start thinking, shit, this just makes no sense. And really the reason why people like that have, how do I put this? The reason that people like Nyara have appeal is because it's comforting. It helps you live with your gender dysphoria to be told, well, no, you can literally just become a woman. You can just become a woman. You can just say you're a woman and you're a woman. That's comforting to some people. But comforting isn't real. And you shouldn't seek out things because they comfort you, you know? You enjoyed my video on him? You were about the only person that's ever told me that. Jesus Christ. I got so much shit. I got so much shit for that video about fucking Sargon. Jesus Christ. I think that was probably responsible for my biggest loss of like subscribers and like viewers fucking ever.
Is left out of it. However, if we approach language like Wittgenstein, we immediately solve this
problem. Listen, it used to be normal for me to get like 60 to 80 like viewers like every stream. I started kind of speaking out more about like the right side. And that just fucking went away. It's not been the same since. But I don't know, man. I have to be true to myself. And if it means that I don't always have the viewers that I once had, then that's kind of how it is.
Problem. Trans women are women if the word woman is used to describe them.
Oh, and also I completely stand by that Sargon is full of shit on freedom of speech and was completely full of shit in everything he said about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Fuck him.
Simple as. And because most people would use the word woman to describe Taftach because she looks like one, and in casual public encounters, that is actually what we all go by in real life, then the meaning of the word woman includes trans women like Taftach because that is how the word is used. Like, for example, if you turn the corner at a grocery store and accidentally...
Like, this isn't actually... Hang on, let me get that again. I don't think this is true. I don't think this is true.
However, if we approach language like Wittgenstein, we immediately solve this problem.
Okay, so if we approach it like him, then maybe I disagree with him. Let's hear what he said again.
Trans women are women if the word woman is used to describe them. Simple as. And because most people would use the word woman to describe Taftach because she looks like one, and in casual public encounters, that is actually what we all go by in real life, then the meaning of the word woman includes trans women like Taftach because that is...
Yeah, I don't like this approach because you're still taking on something that isn't true of you. I guess you've got like reality as it is. And then you've got everyone's individual layer of how they perceive reality on top of it. And that's where you can change gender and technically change sex. It's in the minds of others, you know? So I don't know if I fully am on board with this approach. But truthfully, you see this person, you're probably going to be like, oh, it's a woman. So in your mind, that's a woman. Doesn't matter that they're born male. You see a woman, you know what I mean? So that person in your reality is a woman. That's what transitioning is. Well, that's what it should be. But too many people can't pass and are salty about it. So it's got to be, well, this is what I am and you have to accept me now. Well, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Doesn't mean unattractive masculine women are not women. No, what it means is, if you're a woman that looks enough like a man that people think you're a man, then in some people's reality, you're a man, not a woman. But in terms of reality, in terms of how you're born and stuff, you're still a woman. You're just not going to be seen as a woman all the time. They don't have to be unattractive. You can be a woman that looks like a man and is good looking, you know what I mean? You could be handsome, you know, that kind of thing. You could be a woman that looks like a good looking man, you know? So it's not about like objective reality at that point. It's about what people see.
Is how the word is used. Like, for example, if you turn the corner at a grocery store and accidentally bump into a woman, do you immediately inspect her genitals to make sure she's actually a woman? Obviously not. You go by what you see in the moment. You would use...
I think, you know, if we're talking about gender nonconformity, this is why I think what's important is things like social transition. Because it's not just about how you appear. There's more to it than that. Like, you change your name. you know, you present yourself a certain way, you're kind of known as a thing. Like a gender non-conforming woman, you might see them and think they're a man. But then you say, hi, I'm my name. And they say, oh, hi, my name's Susie. It's like, okay, well, they've got a female name. You know, maybe I was wrong. So trans is a bit more than just how you appear. Like, I don't know. There's never going to be a perfect definition that fits everyone, you know? Is Brianna Wu a trans medicalist? What does Brianna Wu believe that's trans medicalist? She might be, I don't know.
Use the word woman to describe.
There's someone that keeps showing up in my comments. Like, I don't know what their problem is. They should just fucking call in and shut the fuck up, quite frankly. They got really offended that I called Brianna Wu a TRA. Well, Brianna says all kinds of fucking TRA shit. Brianna Wu is a trans activist. Brianna Wu pretty much outed herself, pretending to be a bit more right and a bit more kind of turfy to appeal to people, and then came out being like, oh, you know, well, I tried it and it wasn't working because people keep calling me a man, you know. Okay, so you're a TRA all along, cool.
That person, whether they're female or not. And so therefore, they are a woman, because per Wittgenstein, the definition of a word is found in its use. However, if the problem with Derrida, for Nyara and other trans activists like her, is that their view of—
Yeah, the other thing is, okay, so some people call you a woman, some people call you a man. Well, then which are you? If it's just based on how a word is used, well, what if two different people use mutually exclusive terms to refer to you, you know? Then which are you? So again, there's a bit more to it than that, I guess. Like if you're engaging in some kind of effort to be known as the other sex, then I think that makes a difference in whether you're trans or not. Like there's no point in being a male that keeps a male name and doesn't change your appearance at all and saying you're a woman. Well, it's like, well, your lifestyle doesn't reflect that. I don't know.
Of the word woman is self-referential, and therefore unable to actually contain any meaning. The problem with Wittgenstein is that if somebody uses the word man to describe trans women, that is actually just as valid as if somebody uses the word woman.
Okay, literally what I just said. Wow.
Let me explain. This idea of definition as use applies not only to languages, but sub-languages as well. Words from the larger monoculture can take on different specialized meanings within different subcultures. They may derive their specific meaning from the same general meaning, but these specific meanings are not actually compatible. For example, the words master and slave mean something very different in, say, the kink community, where it describes specific roles in a sexual relationship, versus the computing community, where it describes how different systems within a computer may be controlled by other systems. The words master and slave, within the two different sub-communities of kink and computing, have no relationship to each other, but they—
Is that true? I don't know. A master in surely a master in computing is something that tells a slave what to do, right? So it's just taking a concept and applying it to something else. So it's not like I know nothing about fucking computing, but that would be my guess. It's like derived from it because it logically follows the same pattern. I don't know.
Within the two different sub-communities of kink and computing have no relationship to each other, but they are both related to the larger monoculture's understanding of the concepts of masters and slaves.
Okay. I guess he brought it back round. Okay. Pause, Andy. Never mind.
Each community or each subculture within a society has its own private language, which heavily borrows from and alters the society's main language. And each of these private languages are valid within their own spaces. So for example, if you entered a space that was very LGBT and queer friendly, the word woman within the private language of that space would absolutely include trans women in its definition. And that is how the word would be used. Therefore, in that space, trans women are women. However, if you were to walk into a space that is very anti-queer and anti-LGBT, the word woman would not include trans women within the private language of that space. In fact,
you know what, maybe that's all trans people are. Schrodinger's men and women. Maybe that's all there is to it. I don't know.
The word man probably includes trans women in that space instead. And because these private languages do use language in this way, both of these definitions are ultimately valid, because once again, the definition of a word is in how it is used. All of this means that we've arrived at a very big problem for trans activists. The problem with Wittgenstein's view is that in some spaces, trans women are definitionally not women, because that is how the word woman is used in that space, which trans activists just cannot accept. For them, in their view, for moral reasons, the word woman must be used the way they want it to be.
Yeah, there's innate womanhood in trans women, is what trans activists argue. And that just isn't true.
used in every single space. However, the problem with Derrida's view is that no matter what definition of women you use, some people who might want to call themselves women will eventually be excluded, because having any standards at all, even the most lax standards, naturally includes the possibility that somebody might fail to live up to them. And having no standards at all means the word woman becomes meaningless. You basically have to choose between having some gatekeeping, which means excluding some people, even if extremely small, or you—
Here's a crazy hot take that always filters out the retarded TRAs that might be watching me. Some level of gatekeeping, literally anything, is necessary. If there's no gatekeeping as to what a black person is, then anyone can be a black person, because it doesn't refer to anything. If there's no gatekeeping as to what trans means, then anyone can be trans, because it's just, you just take it on. Like, things you have to gatekeep what things aren't, otherwise they mean nothing. You know, you have to be able to understand what a word means, but also what it doesn't mean, you know?
You have to allow other people to define the word differently than you do within their own communities, and accept that it is valid within their own contexts. The radicals in the trans activism camp simply want the best of both of these things, even though that makes no sense whatsoever. They want an objective definition of the word woman, therefore everyone must use it, but they also want it to be subjective enough that anyone can join it on a whim. These two demands are ultimately irreconcilable, which is why trans activists are fighting a battle they can't actually win. By the way, I don't actually think Nyara is smart enough to know she's doing all this. I don't think she's read Derrida or Wittgenstein.
None pissed me off as much as performative allies. This person, we should be like on the same page. The problem is, this person will pal around with people like Alec Gunter and like people like that, who I think are pretty performative. You know, what would this person think of fucking the Trout having a fucking little trans heart in the corner of his stream? It's fucking performative as shit. I don't think this person is actually that bothered by performative allies. I think they're just saying this because they see that as this person who, this guy might be like being performative. Like, he backs up like fucking food shops and shit like that.
This is just the natural end result of her logic. But let's shift gears for a minute and look at the other side of the aisle. Probably the most high-profile person to jump onto the other side of the conversation was Sargon, who made a video covering the whole thing. And to his credit, he is smarter than Nyara.
Let's have some fun of our own with an old friend of ours.
Smarter than Nyara.
We'll see what he says, but it looks to me like he missed the word reasonable. Which, to be fair, it is extremely subjective or whatever. But like, who's reasonable that thinks that trans women become biologically female, you know? We're going to say Katie Montgomery is suddenly reasonable? I've never accused her of such a thing.
Let's have some fun of our own with an old friend of ours called Shortfatotaku, otherwise known as Dev. And Dev has spent the last many years accepting that there are massive problems with liberal politics. And when I say liberal politics, I'm including basically everything that is an extension of, well, I mean, John Locke onwards, I think is fair to say. As I'm sure you know by now, I think that everything from liberalism onwards is all a part of the same plan, has the same philosophy, the same metaphysics, the same telos. It's trying to get to the same place, but doesn't succeed.
Sargon's view nowadays is basically that liberalism inevitably turns into socialism and then communism, because liberals value the same thing as the socialists and communists. And on paper, the socialists and communists simply have a stronger preference for those values. And
wow, slippery slope. Very original.
Therefore, every liberal will inevitably either stop being a liberal or they will move leftward over time. In other words, Sargon's position is that Marx's observed—
You know, it's weird, I've kind of moved like very slightly right, and that's about it.
contradictions of liberalism are correct, that the political position of liberal is fundamentally unstable, and that given enough time, everyone must eventually move either leftward or rightward off of it. I've discussed this idea in a previous video already, and while I don't agree with it, it is not entirely without merit. For example, this 2016 Jacobin article, which you've looked at several times before now, makes exactly this claim, that liberals and socialists value the same thing, freedom and equality. But liberalism cannot actually provide people with more freedom and equality than socialism can. Marx observed the liberal revolution only gave freedom to the bourgeoisie from the old aristocracy. It did not give freedom to everybody, but the socialist revolution will. Sargon believes that Marx was right on this, and his solution is to reject the liberal revolution and the Enlightenment entirely. This is why Sargon has taken to calling everyone and anyone to the left of him a communist, which in reality is about as dumb as leftoids calling everyone a Nazi. But I've already complained about that and
the right calls people Nazis nowadays. Watch videos of people filming Palestine protests. They've literally decided that the Palestine flag is the Nazi flag now.
Several recent videos. We don't gotta do this again. Anyway, here is how Sargon describes my position.
He says, nobody reasonable actually thinks that trans women metamorphose into biological females. And the ask is not believe that men are women, it's don't be an arsehole. If you don't have to like trans people, you do have to leave them alone. I mean, I'm not interested in doing anything with trans people, so I'm happy to leave them alone.
No, just talk about us constantly.
They're just not allowed into the same changing room as my daughters, because they're men.
How are you going to stop them? What if you don't know?
So...
It's always back. It's always this, oh, it's my kids, I've got kids. You can't be in the same room as my kids. Like, what are you going to do, bro? What are you going to do, you fat fuck? He doesn't look that fat anymore. I'm sure he used to be fat. Whatever.
There's that. Maybe if they... I mean, and this is the eternal problem with the term trans rights or human rights. Name a human right you don't have. And the trans lobby...
Well, that would suggest... Oh, freedom mention. That would suggest that trans rights are human rights. It's just that... Well, I mean, saying trans rights are human rights doesn't actually mean that we're missing any. It's when they start claiming that we're missing some, that there's an issue.
He would be like, well, we want the right to go into the women's bathroom. And you'd be like, well, I don't have that right. You're a male. You don't have that right. And
I mean, you do you have that right or not? It's not illegal to go into a women's bathroom as a man. Whether you have that right or not is like debatable. And it actually depends on whose bathroom it is, you know.
The women, being females, don't have the right to come into our bathrooms either. Actually, it's not a human right to go into the bathroom of the opposite sex. So you're asking for extra rights that don't actually exist, and frankly, I think we should just be denying that. No, you do not have that right, and you will not get that right. But beyond this, you're right, I don't want to have anything to do with them. So, you know, what would I want to have to do with these people? But anyway, the point that we have arrived at with Dev is he's trying to open up this gap. The ask being is not believe that men are women. The problem is, that's not true. It's never been true. When they say trans women are women, they are not saying trans women aren't really women, but we're going to pretend they're women to protect their feelings. What they're saying is literally, trans women are actual women. And they've been saying this the whole time, and Dev, the liberal, wishing to be tolerant of trans people, says, well, I'm going to be tolerant, but I'm going to accept that it's not real, and I'm going to expect everyone to just exist on the point of that contradiction. Now, unsurprisingly, people don't actually like existing at the point of contradiction. People like consistency, actually. People like to have a logical through run on a certain premise and follow through to the conclusion. They don't want to say, well...
Do they?
I mean, we're all just pretending that's a woman, right?
This isn't quite right, but I'm not going to blame him for it, because to be honest, I didn't pay for a blue check mark on Twitter, and so I didn't actually fit in the entirety of my view in this one tweet. So, here is the entirety of my view. Are trans women female? If you want to say they're hormonally female, due to what we discussed earlier, I get the logic. But they're not completely female. Like I said earlier, females are the sex of a species that produces large gametes. Because trans women do not produce large gametes during...
I'm sorry, hormonally female is such a weird fucking term to use. I just don't think it makes any sense. Like, okay, so women with PCOS are like somewhat male hormonally? Well, no. I don't know, man.
During the normal reproductive cycle for the average human female, they are not female. They can be male, they can be neuter, but they are not and never will be female, unless we can figure out how to give them functioning ovaries and a uterus and make them fertile.
Yeah, Sargon's still around. I don't know if he's doing as well as he used to. He's like pretty far right these days. I mean, he's probably on the Restore Britain train, you know, deporting tons of brown people, you know, hobbling our tax base even more.
If that means that radicals like Nyara think I'm transphobic, I frankly don't care. They're wrong, and the fact that they're trans and I'm not doesn't mean that their gaps in reasoning are suddenly more important than my actual logical thinking. I reject this woke progressive idea that a trans voice is more accurate on trans.
I don't know, you can make it very simple. Trans women aren't women, but sometimes it's reasonable to think a trans woman is a woman, you know? And sometimes it's reasonable to treat them like one even if they're not.
Issues in a cis voice solely because that voice is trans, because being trans doesn't make you smart or correct. So, all of this is to say that trans women are not female. Now, are trans women actually women? Well, despite
I don't trust you when you say something's a medically correct term, no offense.
pithy remarks from right-wingers, this is actually complicated. If we're going by the adult human female definition, then they're just not women. And there are right-wing communities out there where that definition of the word is in use. Per Wittgenstein, we know that in those spaces, trans women are not women. However, by that same logic, we also know that there are spaces where trans women are women. And we can even draw...
I still don't trust you on that. You can repeat it as many times as you want. We're not talking about medicine anyway.
Out Derrida's webs of meaning for the use of the word in those communities. If, by the word woman, a community is referring to somebody who looks like a woman, then a lot of trans women are women. If they're referring to somebody who takes on a feminine social role in their relationships with their partner and their family.
I'm not going to look it up because I don't care.
And their friends. And once again, a lot of trans women are women. These definitions necessarily exclude some people who claim to be women, which is why trans activists reject them. But nonetheless, these definitions also better reflect the actual real-world lived experiences of every single trans woman that passes in stealths and is accepted in their world as a woman that I have ever actually met in real life. More so than any of Nyara's terminally online brain rot nonsense. And of course, we all know this intuitively. Taftaj's claim of "I am a woman" is far stronger than the same claim voiced by a balding, bearded, 7-foot-tall gigahan who doesn't have a single drop of femininity in them. And if you don't agree with me, if you think these two people are the same, then you have to either be blind or you're
Gigahan has even watching Femios, Jesus.
denying what your eyes are seeing for some ideological purpose. By the way, another big reason as to why this whole discourse blew up on Twitter is because I said this exact same thing in one of the replies. And a shit ton of trans activists also got really fucking angry at me over my use of the word gigahan. Not because it's a slur, but because it's a part of the online trans community's private language that they believe that
No, it's a part of like fucking 4chan. It's not online trans people. Not that many trans people use terms like fucking gigahan. I know what it means and shit, but like you're talking about like 4chan shit.
I, as a cis person, really shouldn't know about. Ultimately, my answer to the question, are trans women actually women, is, do they look like women? If yes, then yes. And that means to the terminally online trans community, I am highly transphobic, even though I support a ton of pro-trans policy prescriptions in government. Because what it means is that I respect the identity of a trans woman only if they pass well enough for my intuition to see them as women. And my response to that is, well, too bad. Yeah, it kinda sucks, but guess what? None of us are actually fully self-authored beings. We are not what we say we are simply by will alone. For example, I'm a fat guy. I am not a thin, muscular guy. I could become a thin, muscular guy with a lot of hard work, but if I identified as a thin, muscular guy and did nothing else, that would not make me one. Some people are born women. Others, like Taftaj, become women through a lot of hard work. I know for a fact she suffered to get where she is now. And good on her, because that takes real dedication.
This is like simping, Jesus Christ. Bro. Is she not returning your calls? What's going on here?
But not everybody gets to be everything they actually want to be. That is the harsh reality of the real world. In fact,
he was a Sargon hanger-on, now he's a Destiny servant. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I don't know, all of this stuff gets very overwrought. We have to really overthink it in order to own some fucking retard like Nyara. You don't need to own those kinds of people because their worldview is just patently ridiculous to basically everyone. Like, it's patently obvious to anyone with half a brain why you can't just call yourself a thing and you are that thing. And that shit is going to die down sooner or later because it doesn't work for anything. You can't use it to build like trans rights because it just doesn't make sense to. In that case, who are you actually referring to? Don't you have to define a group of people before you start assigning like rights to them and saying what kind of special provisions are needed for them, you know?
I'd say that each of us have some internal qualities that we never actually get to become, because the objective reality outside of your own self-perception also matters a lot. And to any trans activists who are currently listening, if this sounds transphobic, you know you ultimately agree with me. It's a big part of why you transitioned in the first place. This is why my original tweet is worded the way it is. With regards to the first half, trans women aren't female. Some trans women are women. Trans women are women if they pass enough. And that means some people just aren't going to make it. And that sucks. I feel for them, but that's life. Not everyone makes it. And with regards to the second half, even if you don't think a specific trans woman is a woman, you have a right to that opinion even if I might disagree. Like, to go back to our example, if you look at Taftaj and say, nah bro, it looks like a dude, you're fucking delusional. But okay.
You do kind of wonder, do some people think that people ought to have the right to be known as the other sex? Because that is very much not true. No one has the right to that. It's something you might be able to attain, you might not be able to attain.
You've got a right to be delusional. But when I said you have to leave them alone, yeah, you actually do. You should not harass trans women, even non-passing trans women, if you notice them, say, walking down the street. This is a...
Guys, don't harass people. You shouldn't harass people. Did you know? Harassing people is bad. We're learning a lot today.
Bad thing to do, and there should be appropriate social and legal punishments in place, depending on the severity of your harassment. You should not be forced by the state to accept them as women, but you should be prevented by the state from harassing them for simply existing in a public place and
So brave. So brave. So brave. So brave, man. So brave. You're the true good guy. You're the true ally, putting everyone else to right. Congratulations.
Doing nothing wrong. That is what my actual position is, that couldn't all fit into one tweet. And this is how it differs from Sargon's.
We're just going to pretend because we're such polite people.
Isn't everything I've seen from that Taftaj person, she seems smart. She seems one of the more reasonable ones I've seen. She was wasted on Dollcast because Dollcast was fucking dumb. But, you know.
People. Well, that only obtains so long as we feel the need to be polite. If I felt the need to be an arsehole, I reserve the right to be an arsehole. If someone's being an arsehole or deserves acting in a way that deserves an arsehole response from me, I feel completely entitled to level one. This is why I'm not a libertarian. This is why I don't believe in the non-aggression principle. No, if someone's doing something I think deserves aggression, then I'm going to be aggressive towards them.
Okay, man.
I don't see why I should have to ideologically give that up.
If a non-passing trans woman was actually just walking down the sidewalk or buying groceries at the store and doing nothing actually wrong, just existing in public, would that qualify as acting in a way that deserves aggression, Sargon? I hope not, because if you answer yes, then you're actually...
I would like to think not. I don't know. I spoke to Mr. Girl. I can't remember if I've seen that. I saw something with her and like Destiny and Erudite, and she was really good on that.
The problem. The non-aggression principle has its issues, sure, but it's honestly just the gold standard for a lot of everyday encounters. Live and let live liberalism is in fact a moral position that most people believe is appropriate for most of the time, and you would be the one doing the wrong by violating.
What's he saying here? Live and let live is a moral philosophy, I guess, in general. Not caused by, permitted. There is a worse crime there, which is committed by the middle class. 2,000 types of desire not to have moral thoughts at all. Whatever. I don't know what this is referring to.
Violating it.
You don't have to like trans people, you do have to leave them alone. Well, I mean, that's fair. But this gap...
Why are these videos so rarely pushing for people to see female to male, trans people as men? My guess is it's specific to Nyara VT, who is a trans woman. And I think that male people entering into women's spaces seems a lot more consequential than vice versa. Because, you know, a woman goes into a man's space. A man's much less likely to be intimidated. A man's much less likely to be assaulted than the other way around. And that just bears out. So there's reasons why it feels like it matters a lot more when it's males, you know, attaining womanhood than the other way around. And I mean, for the most part, you can just like substitute the terms in anyway. So maybe if he was making this about a trans man that was saying something a bit cooked, then he'd be talking about what it means to be a man. And then I think the other thing is, like, the Matt Walsh thing is what is a woman, it's not what is a man. It kind of goes both ways, but that's the kind of well-known framework. That's what people are going to be more used to hearing, so it's probably easier in a way.
Gap doesn't really exist. It's very online, this gap. And it's being rapidly closed, but not really by the right. The right has just been like, well, let's just be honest about this, shall we? And the left has been like, no, Dev, you are basically a reactionary rightist who's seeking to destroy trans women.
Sargon's wrong about this too. He's got it inverted, actually. The space that I'm describing is actually very, very common offline. Anybody who's ever had trans friends or coworkers or been involved with trans people in a non-romantic capacity understands that my position is actually the dominant normal one. I am how your average person behaves on this.
I don't know. I don't think you can sit here and give us a whole lecture about language and all this kind of shit. And then be like, oh, my position is the dominant one. Do you know what the dominant position on, like, trans people is? Most people don't care so long as you're a nice person. You know what I mean? You want to be even a non-passing trans woman. But you're a pleasant person to be around. You don't cause any harm to anyone. Most people just aren't going to care.
Topic. This rapidly...
And most people just don't think very deeply about this shit. They see you, they make a judgment. They might be wrong. They might see you as a man, but, you know, well, you're a pleasant person. You're not being a prick, you know. They'll call you what you want to be called because they feel like they're getting consideration back from you in turn. That's the dominant position, I think. Most people just don't care.
The closing gap as the dialectic comes to its conclusion. That is the terminally online brain rot. In real life, there are a lot more Lilith Lovitts than there are Nyaras. That's for fucking sure. And to be honest, this is a huge problem for the online right, including Lovitts than there are Nyaras.
Oh, I don't... Fucking Twitter, man. Like, these people are all fucking... These people all have fucking head injuries or something, I don't know.
That's for fucking sure. And to be honest, this is a huge problem for the online right, including Sargon, in a lot of topics far beyond today's. They believe the loudest, most terminally online, most far-left voice represents every single person they oppose, when it just doesn't.
But you can see they just do not accept Dev's premise. So they actually do think trans women metamorphose into biological females.
Okay, but are they reasonable? I mean, are you going to say that Rose Malay is reasonable now? This I have to see. Okay, is Rose Malay reasonable?
HRT literally makes us biologically female. I mean, 5,700 likes on that one. Like these 7,500 likes on that one.
Hey guys. Did you know there's a lot of very delusional people on Twitter? Did you know that there's a lot of very delusional people on Twitter? I'm learning so much today. Holy shit.
Dev only had, 700 likes on his?
Ratioed by Rose Malay. There we go. Fucking owned.
Sorry, Dev. I don't think the gap that you're trying to carve out actually exists here.
Bro, it's Twitter. What are we saying? Even if we're seeing how many people agree with fucking Dev versus Rose Malay, how do you even know if that's the case? Sometimes just no one sees something that is objectively correct and basically everyone agrees is a foundational premise of something and is very true. No one might see that tweet and then a lot of people might see something that is just fundamentally fucking delusional and 99.9% of the world thinks so. But it gets more views and it gets more fucking likes. Like, there could be so many reasons. What are we even talking about? Can we just ban Twitter discourse from trans discourse? Just stop referencing Twitter. Stop pretending that Twitter has anything to do with, you know, any kind of average view of humanity. Isn't it like there's a however many million Twitter accounts that exist. And then of those Twitter accounts, it's like 1%, if that are actually regularly tweeting or anything. When you actually think about it, Twitter just does not doesn't represent, an average viewpoint. It's full of freaks. You can see what freaks think about something, I guess. Like, wow. Why are we using this to, like, make broader claims about how people think about concepts and stuff? It's fucking Twitter. Rose Malay has to be tried. I would guarantee you that Rose Malay thinks this, to be honest. I think this person is being genuine here.
You either believe it makes them biologically female or you're a reactionary right.
Like, listen, no hate to Rose Malay. She's kind of iconic in a way. For sure. But no one's ever accused her of being particularly smart or, you know, whatever the word is, insightful on these issues.
You've got to...
Yeah, that's true as well. How many of these are just bots? How many of these are just Russian fucking whatevers trying to make you think that people think a certain thing when actually it's just kind of stacking the deck?
Make the decision on that.
This is the part where I fundamentally disagree with Sargon. Not only has he accepted Marx's premises, but he's also accepted the same conclusion. He's reduced everything...
Rose Malay is just like that. Exactly. Listen, sometimes you just gotta appreciate a person for what they are. And Rose Malay is one of those people. I think she's kind of iconic in her own way, to be honest. We've had the odd DM. She got mad at me because I called her a they before. I'll call you a she, fuck it, whatever. I'm trying to be a bit nicer these days. Maybe we'll be friends one day, probably not. I do think she's kinda either not very intelligent or a bit delusional, maybe, I don't know, but sometimes you just appreciate someone for what they are. And they're just wrong about some shit, and that's just how it is, you know?
To either you accept all of the trans activist positions, or you're a reactionary right-winger like me. And to that, I simply say no. Why would I let the people who are wrong about this conversation dictate its terms? I don't actually care if they view me as a reactionary right-winger. That just means they're fucking retarded. And in the same vein, I don't care if people on the right view me as a revolutionary communist either. That just means they're fucking retarded too.
And when he's saying people on the left, people on the right, we're still talking about people with Twitter accounts.
Sargon's argument here basically...
I'm sorry, the whole thing is just, well, it's Twitter. It's Twitter. It doesn't need all this fucking overwrought shit. It sounds almost like he's trying to justify his fucking Twitter addiction. This has to come in handy for something, and it's making half-baked videos about trans activists hurting trans rights, which I feel like we haven't had much on. I feel like this is a confusing title, you know.
Boils down to one of popularity. A lot of online radicals said you were wrong, Dev. The people who you were defending have stabbed you in the back, Dev. You should just join us on the right, Dev. Well, one, I actually have more daggers in my back from your camp than theirs even now, thank you very much. But more importantly...
Oh, baby.
What is true and correct and good matters more than whose side something helps. This was also another branch of the Nyara drama, where Nyara and others like her would shriek at me that I'm not a real ally because I'm not saying or thinking the right things. And okay, I actually don't give a fuck if you think I'm an ally or not. What matters is what I'm saying actually true? For example, it is just true that Taftaj looks like a woman. It is also just true that the experience of gender dysphoria causes a lot of mental distress, and that transitioning your body to be more in line with the opposite sex, even if you can't get...
Gender dysphoria causes mental distress. I mean, it kind of is, I would say, mental distress. I don't know. We talk about gender dysphoria so confusingly, as if it's like a root of anything. I just don't think it's true. I just don't think it's true that gender dysphoria is like the root of anything, much less why people transition. It's something that most people that transition experience on the way to transitioning, if that makes sense. And it's the reason why, but there's usually a reason behind the reason, you know? You observe things like increased, you know, prevalence of like trauma, things like that. Having trauma can certainly fuck up your self-perception. Lots of things can fuck up your self-perception.
Get all the way there does in fact alleviate that distress. The data is in on this. People with gender dysphoria pre-transition versus people with gender dysphoria post-transition. The post-transition people consistently report higher quality of life. Legitimate transphobes do...
It's kind of true and it isn't true at the same time. It's complicated.
Occasionally post this study, which they claim says the opposite, but it doesn't. This study says that people without gender dysphoria have a higher quality of life than people with gender dysphoria who transition, which is just obviously true. But they're not comparing pre and post transition gender dysphoria sufferers. And when you do that, you just plainly see transitioning helps treat the symptoms of people with gender dysphoria. However, there are other truths that don't fall in line with the ideology of trans activists either. For example, while it is true that when you scan trans women's brains, you discover they have some commonalities with cis women brain scans.
I'm gonna actually... Oh my god. I'm really sorry to do this, but the next few streams are just gonna be speedrunning as many fucking studies about trans brains as I can, because no one is capable of talking about this in a way that makes fucking sense.
that when you scan trans women's brains, you discover they...
Wait, this is that Burke one. Hang on. Which one is this? Structural connections in the brain in relation to gender identity, sexual orientation, sex typical FA values, neuroanatomical signature of transgenderism related to brain areas, processing the perception of self and body ownership. Homosexuality seems to be associated with less cerebral sexual differentiation. The problem is there's been a meta study that's come out since this, where they tabulate a lot of this stuff, and actually trans women's brains just mostly just look like male brains. And there's certain average sizes of things that are a bit smaller. But we'll see where he's going with this, actually. I'm crashing out a bit too early. But there is just basically nothing to this. And for some reason, like, trans allies are the worst for this. Trans allies love this fucking trans brains shit. It's just, there's just nothing to it. You know, scan them at different times a day and these parts of the brain might look different. You know, so much shit you can't control for. Have they been living their life? Have they been engaging in a lot of activities that are more typical of the other sex? And that's part of why they're transitioning, because they have certain preferences. Well, that all affects the brain structure. And we're just talking about what things look like as well.
And when you do that, you just plainly see transitioning helps treat the symptoms of people with gender dysphoria. However, there are other truths that...
With what you've looked up about trans brains, does any of it feel like it holds water? Does it appear more like pseudoscience? I don't want to say pseudoscience. Certain things have been observed, but these certain things are like tiny differences on average between, like, you know, general male brains and people that identify as trans brains. The problem with all the brain stuff is we don't understand brains very well as it is. And, like, how do I put this? Fuck. We just don't know what any of it means. We don't know why it is like it is. We can hypothesize that it's something to do with gender identity, but there's no proof. Like, gender identity is just a thing you call yourself. We've no idea what predisposes someone to certain gender identities. And we don't have a good definition of gender identity itself, if we're to say it's innate and has some kind of neurobiological cause. It's just very weak. It's just very weak. And yeah, it is true as well. This seems to happen in trans women's brains, but when you look at the data with trans men's brains, overwhelmingly, they really show no differences. And when they do show differences, it's not certain parts of the brain being bigger on average, like you'd expect if they're, you know, their male identity means that their brain looks somewhat more male. That doesn't seem to happen. If anything, occasionally, on that meta-study, certainly, the trans men's brains are also at the extreme lower end, suggesting that their brains are even more stereotypically female. But we regard we regard gender identity as working the same way in everyone. So isn't that evidence against, like, a neurobiological basis? I don't know. And there's too many variables. There's too much stuff that it could be. It's just not a very good point.
That don't fall in line with the ideology of trans activists either. For example, while it is true that when you scan trans women's brains, you discover they have some commonalities with cis women brain scans.
Really terrible way of putting it.
It's also true that they have a lot of commonalities with gay men's brain scans too. And when you control for the differences between straight men's brain scans and gay men's brain scans, trans women's brain scans...
I don't think I have this one. This Sarah Burke person did a different study about, I think it was the hypothalamus. It was something to do with smelling a certain hormone that's odorous and the hypothalamus responding to it. And it was really confusing because they did a prior study to that one where they didn't really find much sex difference, but then they were citing a sex difference based on, like, it gets very confusing very quickly. When you actually start reading this kind of stuff, you realize that all these studies, you have to be careful what kind of conclusions you jump to. And that's a huge problem that people have, is that they read some of these studies and just, oh, this is how it is. Okay, the detransition rate is less than 1% because one study said so. Well, there's just always so much more to it. And it suggests things, but you have to take a whole bunch of stuff. And it takes an awful lot of stuff to show a pattern, especially when all of these studies have, like, tiny sample sizes. What was it? Structural connections in the brain. cannot type today. We're not going to go through this now, by the way. I just want to download it. There's this one here. What are the samples? I mean, this one is, well, 67 trans people. Similar numbers. 80 cisgender controls. I'll just keep this up. And I'll deal with that later. We're not going to go into it now.
Scans are almost identical to men's brain scans, with the exception.
Trans men's brains have never been specifically studied as a group. There is a meta-study that includes trans men in all this. In any good research. I don't know what good research means to you.
Exception of the area that brain scans are almost identical to men's brain scans, with the exception of the area that governs self-perception. This is a truth that a lot of trans activists really don't like, because it points to trans women being...
This graph, I think, was just an AI thing predicting what sex a person was based on their brain. And it's true that if you just move this to the left, it fits the male one. It's just at the smaller end. This does kind of perfectly show the actual trends there. And what this actually means, it could mean like about 700,000 different things.
More closely related to gay men than they want to admit, but it is nonetheless true. Same thing with the trans women and women's sports conversation, which I've covered multiple times in this.
Okay, I guess at least he's not. At least he's not falling down the fucking retardation hole on this thing. Like, Jesus Christ. The real takeaway is people read a few studies and think that they have some kind of objective truth about trans people, when often you're not going to get that from a study. You're not even going to get that from like 10 studies necessarily. We observe certain patterns. There's an awful lot we don't know about what causes those patterns in pretty much every case.
This channel now, so we don't gotta get into it. But the TLDR is, you've gotta be on HRT for like 5 years before the advantage of male puberty begins to subside. And for a lot of sports, that means that trans women just can't compete at the professional.
It's way worse than this. There's basically no studies on like elite athletes. And I think what's really important is like potential. I think if trans women just have much higher potential because they're male than females, then that's an argument against it. And the way to look into that would be to look at elite level sport. There's just almost no data on like elite level like trans athletes. And a part of that is there's almost none of them in the first place, because trans people, you've got straight people, straight cis people that are X amount likely to do sports. Gay people in general are less likely to do sports. Maybe not lesbians, but certainly gay men. And then trans people are just much less likely even than gay people. There's just not very many of them. And so there's almost no data. And so it's very difficult to determine how you'd include them fairly. And I don't know, my perspective is just leave this the fuck alone. Just let the women have their sports. Let the men have their sports. If you're a male person, you can still compete with the men. You just might not do very well if you're trans. Like, sorry about it.
Level without starting HRT while underage. Sucks for them, but I am only interested in what is true, not what is good for the political activists on either the left or the right. This is why I reject Sargon's argument. It is fundamentally the same as Nyara's. They're both saying there is no neutral space. You must join us or join them. However, the truth is actually found in the neutral space. So that's where I am, and I'm not moving off of it. Yeah, it's true. People to the left of me got thousands of likes while I only got hundreds. But I don't believe that's indicative of the real world. Because, and this might be hard to accept, I'm not actually terminally online. But okay, let's assume this
Don't you mean it's Twitter? It's full of extremoids. If you say extremoids shit on Twitter, you're gonna get more likes than if you don't.
Ratio does in fact reflect the real world. Most people have actually chosen sides, and my tiny...
I mean, it is a bit bizarre. Like, maybe you can't say it's Twitter, because then he'd have to realize that he's wasting his fucking life on Twitter. Because anyone on Twitter is wasting their fucking life, let's be real. Unless, I guess, you're making, like, actual money off of it somehow. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff I feel like I'm supposed to agree with as someone that's more centrist-leaning myself, that I just kind of... I don't know. Well, something is off here that maybe I'm not pinning down.
He got thousands of likes while I only got hundreds, but I don't believe that's indicative of the real world because, and this might be hard to accept, I'm not actually terminally online. But okay, let's assume this ratio does in fact reflect the real world. Most people have actually chosen sides, and my tiny centrist camp is being squeezed out. So what? Do you think this—
Yeah, like, why would you avoid the obvious point that just not many centrist-leaning people are on fucking Twitter? That people who are terminally online tend to be more one way than the other, and it kind of makes sense. Because if you have extreme political beliefs, you're less likely to know people in the real world that share your beliefs, because most of them are fairly, like, you know, fairly towards the middle. So it makes sense as to why they congregate online instead, you know?
This is the first time I've stood in front of a mass of idiots before and told them they were all wrong. I used to do it every single week on Arch's channel. If something is true but unpopular, you should stick to it, even if it costs you. My core problem with 2026 Sargon is that in his descent down the postmodern neo-reactionary rabbit hole—
This dude says that, and he didn't even come to my defense over the Firebat stuff. SME.
he's developed the same
That was a joke, by the way.
problem in his thinking as the postmodern neo-Marxists. He regularly rejects truth in favor of what is good for his political project. And frankly, I'm just not built like that. And Sargon kind of knows all this, by the way. He tips his hand a bit in this next segment.
I mean, what is interesting about this is that the trans argument has devolved from being idealistic, as in existing in the world of ideas. And
by the way, trans women on HRT experience hot flashes. What, all of us? All of us? I don't think I've ever experienced hot flashes from HRT. I don't think I've experienced much muscle atrophy. Like a bit of fat distribution, mostly just breast development. Like there's a huge generalization being made here. Like I'm still stronger than most women that I've met. My last job, admittedly a couple of years ago now, when it was like lifting stuff. Like women my kind of size couldn't lift fucking anywhere near what I could.
saying, well, look, actually we're not gender essentialists.
And then whenever you read these, it's always like trans women are women, but there's never actually any justification of that. It's just, well, we're kind of like women, you know? Well, some men are probably nearer to women in certain ways, especially if they have some kind of, you know, DSD or whatever shit, but are still men.
We're not biological essentialists. We don't believe that the physical properties of the body are what make you the thing that you are. Your identity is not drawn from your physical attributes. It is something that is chosen for you, which is what the liberal wants to believe. But notice how here they have literally collapsed that back into, on the other side of this, no, we are literally biological females, and therefore we're going to make the gender, we're going to literally make the biological essentialist argument regarding gender. This is all biological essentialism. Biological essentialism. And ultimately, what that means is, well, I get to decide if that's what a biological female is. And if your chromosomes and genitals haven't changed, or at least, you know, they're not the...
I will say, he's got a point in that it's odd how suddenly woman does mean female. Because now we're comparing ourselves to women in the way that we change our bodies to more match women. Suddenly women does mean female. Well, some of us have been saying that all along, you know.
Authentic ones of the other sex, then I don't agree that you have changed your sex. And so I can actually trump this with the biological essentialism of there is no such thing as a woman's penis. Just saying, Dev seems to have missed the point. Apparently this isn't the woke position though, which Dev would agree with. He's not trying to be woke here. He's trying to be liberal.
Yeah, what he's getting at here is that both camps are actually ignoring different bits of the truth because it hurts their politics. For Sargon, he's ignoring gender dysphoria and the passing principle, while for trans activists, they're ignoring the fact that trans women don't have functioning ovaries and uteruses. Neither of these positions is sufficient to actually describe the full reality of what's going on here. And this is that full reality. Trans women do in fact represent a third gender. This does not mean that there are infinite genders or anything, but that the experience of being a trans woman is sufficiently different from the experiences of being both a man and a woman. Trans activists hate this because
I don't think I like the idea of like, I don't even think there are genders. I think there is gender.
They want trans women.
Like, whenever you start saying there are this many genders, you're already trying to have to find a line that separates masculine gender from feminine gender, from trans feminine gender from trans masculine gender. I don't know. I don't think I like that way of thinking. I think there's the concept of gender. It's still based on male and female because it kind of fucking has to be. Let's be honest.
To be completely identical to cis women, where there's no way to differentiate between them. But this just isn't true, and they can keep coping, seething, and dilating about it because they're fucking wrong. But the anti-trans activists are also wrong when they say that trans women are men. Trans women who either have had bottom surgery or they've been on HRT for so long they no longer produce sperm are no longer male. They're neuter. They don't fit the label of man, adult human male, because they do not produce small gametes.
Off topic, I just watched a video tracking Finster from beginning to now. It's sad. Yeah, he had like an oiler paying him to do this, that, and the other. I mean, I don't want to say it's sad if he's happy or she's happy, whatever, doing what they're doing, then fine. I find people like that fundamentally unwatchable. I feel like I'm watching shit that's targeted towards people much younger than me. I mean, I watched Chad reacting to all the clips of that 10 Muses or whatever they're called person. It's very strange. It's very strange. It's not a very organic way to arrive at the conclusion you must be trans. But then, I don't know, people arrive at that place through all sorts of different means.
It's the same reason as why they're not a female. If a right-winger like Sargon can recognize that despite the obvious similarities between a trans woman and a woman, they are not the same thing, then he should also be able to recognize that despite the way less obvious similarities between a trans woman and a man, they are also not the same thing. But Sargon can't do this, because he is just as ideologically captured as Nyara is in the other direction. This is why he has to characterize my position.
Groomed meaning convinced by money. Well, I guess in this case. Were they groomed as a child? I thought they were already an adult, unless other things had happened beforehand. I'm not sure.
In this way.
But notice how they're trying to capture a biologically essentialist argument here. And Dev doesn't seem to realize that his idealist position of we're just going to let them pretend.
I like how he stops at this objectively retarded Graham Linehan tweet, and I bet he's not going to criticize this at all.
Out of politeness sake. I mean, that's not even idealist. He would, I guess he would concede the everything but the biologically essentialist aspect of the argument, and then for that just say, as he says, we're just going to believe a polite lie about this. But the people that he's trying to protect don't agree with him at all. No, they don't want to be liars.
Yeah, this is like sides cuts as fuck. I don't know, man. If you're kind of centrist-y, you're gonna get the same shit from both sides. Not the same shit, but it's gonna certainly feel like the same shit. That's just how it is. You'd think this fucking guy would know this, because he had plenty of hate back in the day from like the alt-right, as well as from the left, you know? Hang on.
The argument. And then for that, just say...
Yeah, it's all this kind of, oh, well, the fucking far left fucking trans people don't agree with you either. Well, maybe that's not what he's doing, you know? Maybe he disagrees with both. And it's not really of much object to him. If, like, the super woke kind of trans people disagree. Well, they're kind of fringes, you know what I mean? You're always going to get some shit from people on both sides. And that's why it irritates the fuck out of me. You get these kind of people on both sides who's like, oh, you're trying to appeal to these people. Well, they hate you regardless. Yeah, people on both sides do hate people like me. Like, okay. That's maybe why I'm not trying to appeal to those people at all. But to extremoids, anything opposite to their worldview is you trying to appeal to someone else who also hates you. It's like, okay, yeah, sure.
He says, we're just going to believe a polite lie about this, but the people that he's trying to protect don't agree with him at all. No, they don't want...
Yeah, is he trying to protect those people? People do this to me all the time. Am I trying to appeal to right-wingers? I don't... I'm behaving extremely strangely if I am. Am I trying to appeal to left-wingers? In some ways, again, I'm behaving very strangely if I am, you know? It's difficult for some of these people to conceive of there being more than two options.
To be liars. And this is one of the things that the far left has over the centre left, the sort of liberals, the communists, the radical lunatics have over the libtards, which is, well, they're being honest, right? The liberal, Dev's own position contains a lie. Dev's own position itself is a lie, and he advertises it as a lie. No. When they say trans men and women, trans women and women, they're not saying this is really true. What they're doing is we're constructing a social lie that we're all going to adhere to because it protects someone's feelings. And so we're all going to live in a lie.
Is it necessarily because it protects someone's feelings? Or because it makes more sense for that person? Like, if Sargon is female, but looks like this. How am I doing today? I'm okay. Good to see you. Yeah, if Sargon is a female, but looks like this regardless, would I call this person a man because I want to protect his feelings? Or would I call this person a man because it makes more sense based on, like, my understanding and, like, cultural kind of norms of what men and women are? You know what I mean? Me personally, I'm never calling a trans man a man or a trans woman a woman because I care about their feelings, because I don't really care about anyone's feelings. I don't expect other people to care about my feelings, you know what I mean? It just makes more sense to me. If you're passing enough, it makes more sense to me. That's kind of how it is. If you imbibe womanhood, even if you're not a woman, it probably just makes more sense to me. It's probably just easier for me to call you a she, even if you're a male, you know?
Lie, says the liberal, and he wonders why these people are just like, no. And the only recourse that Dev...
Does he wonder why? I don't know. If it was me, I would not wonder why, because to a certain extent, I think people on both sides, certainly on the fringes, are like really, really fucking stupid when it comes to trans issues. And plenty of people in the center are also fucking stupid when it comes to trans issues. I think that Dev's worldview here is not perfect by any means, for sure, either.
Dev has is say, well, you're not being reasonable. It's like, Dev, I don't know that it's reasonable to construct a wide-scale social lie and then insist everyone agree to it, even though everyone knows it's a fucking lie.
I feel like he's arguing with something that it kind of crosses off, though. Like, he's saying this while it says on the screen, sorry. The ask is not believe that men are women. I guess maybe he's suggesting it's, oh, we'll go along with it anyway. I don't know. I mean, if he does think you should go on with it, along with it anyway, then I guess we disagree there, because I don't really care what people do. But I don't know. It's much easier. You see things as two sides. It's much easier to fold everything in together when, like, left-leaners are kind of a broad spectrum, you know?
I'm not sure that's actually reasonable at all, and actually it seems very unreasonable when you actually lay out what you're doing here. And honestly, I mean, these are not good arguments, but at least these people genuinely believe these arguments, and so at least there's some...
Yeah, we're just inferring what he believes and doesn't believe now. Wow, amazing. I'm so it's so clear to me why this guy is a following. Wow.
No sincerity behind them.
No, Sargon, it's not a lie. It's recognizing that gender dysphoria is a real phenomenon. That phenomenon, combined with the work that trans women put into alleviating it, does not mean that trans women are the same thing as cis women, but it also does not mean that they're the same thing as cis men either. I'm not lying here.
I guess that's where his disagreement is. You're still a man, ultimately, and they probably just don't make the distinction of cis. Which, I don't know, you can believe what you want in that sense.
Recognizing nuance, and your entire goal in this conversation seems to be the same as Nyara and her ilk, to collapse nuance and render true understanding impossible in a way that aligns with your larger political agenda. But I refuse to follow either of you down those paths.
This, I think, is just the point of what I'm trying to drive at here, is that essentially Dev doesn't have any space to be able to make the sort of 2015 liberal arguments against radical wokeness, right? That space has collapsed. The people on neither side agree with him, and so
you should consider liking the stream and super chatting, or buying a membership, or gifting memberships.
He can't create the compromise he's trying to create. So yes, no, we will pay heed to reality, but will believe what we think of as their lies, and the people on the right are saying, well, no, we're not going to pay heed to their reality because it's not real. And the people on the left are like, we don't want to live by lies. We genuinely believe this, whether you think it's true or not. In fact, the fact that you don't think it's true makes you the reactionary.
Nice. This shit gets so fucking tedious. Here's how it is. Believe what you fucking want. Don't expect other people to agree with you. If someone doesn't agree with you that trans is even a thing, then maybe you're not going to be best friends if you're a trans person. It feels like so much of this like back and forth shit is such a waste of time. And it feels like doing this on Twitter at all, let alone making content out of it, is a waste of time, but I don't know.
Evil like you, the people on the right.
If it is truly the case that I am the final 2015 liberal and there's nobody left who actually agrees with me, then that's fine. I've made my peace with that long ago. My many debates with you and the others over the years about, for example, the objective truth of Trump's corruption have already helped steel me to the outcome of being surrounded by giant hordes of people who do not live in reality and do not see beyond what is good for their side. I'm not lying, rather I'm just willing to observe the bits of reality that you are willfully blind towards. And I'm going to remain here, unmoved by either of you, because that 2015 liberal position, when fully articulated, is actually the one that is most in line with observable reality. And additionally, it doesn't actually matter if the people who I'm defending hate me for my defense, because I'm not really doing it for them. I'm doing it because it's correct.
For some reason...
Yeah, whatever you do, you're always going to get this. They won't spare you. Well, you're appealing to people that fucking hate you. Sometimes I do appeal to people that fucking hate me, that's perfectly fine. It's just that is all incidental.
Dev has decided he's going to fix himself in this place.
I fix myself in this place because what this place is the real world. I think the reason I've come to appreciate guys like Richard Hanania, for example, is because while he fully understands...
Okay, Richard Hanania might be a bridge too far for me, like, Jesus Christ. Something is up with him. I presume, listen, I watched it ages ago. I presume we've all seen the Dollcast episode with Richard Hanania, where it's him and Brianna Wu, like, showing off their, like, trans thirst traps and talking about, like, hot trans women. It just creeped me the fuck out, man.
And articulates the faults of liberalism, he recognizes that nonetheless, it is still the most in line with the real world when compared to any other political position. However, I will once again give the devil his due. Sargon did in fact accurately identify the reason as to why I find myself opposed to both him and Nyara. These two factions view the problem the same way, they just disagree on outcome. I'm different from both of them, as are many other libs, because we do actually view the problem differently. Here's a great example of what I mean, from someone in the Nyara crowd. The gender, not sex rhetoric shows us once again how it damaged our allies' perception and advocacy of us. Literally, you are not that far from thinking like them if your whole defense is just leave them alone. You can really only say this, Slop, if you're ideologically captured, because this is actually the proper individual liberties defense. Sargon's correct in that this person's logic is biological essentialism from the other side, but that logic is incomplete for the reasons we've already discussed. They're both missing parts of the story. The whole thing boils down to something like this. For Nyara, supporting pro-trans policies like, say, enshrining a legal right for individuals to transition is not enough. To her, doing that is still transphobic if you don't accept the underlying logic of trans women being women, as in, trans women being identical enough to cis women to place them in the same category, in all possible languages and spaces, to the point that you genuinely believe trans women are female in all respects. Nyara types don't simply...
Yet, even this, let's say he's summing up Nyara's point perfectly well. It just kind of seems like whenever those kinds of trans people, whenever they make those kind of arguments, I just don't think they believe any of it. Because fundamentally, I think they just think, well, you call yourself a thing and you are, you know?
Want civil acceptance. They want you to think like they do. Any contradictions be damned. Meanwhile, for Sargon, the liberal rejection of trans women as being identical to cis women is also not enough for him. That's still far-left lunacy. Sargon types make the same demands as Nyara types from the opposite direction. People in his camp are very happy to demand that you say the magic words, trans women are men. That is, if you can ever actually have a long enough coherent dialogue with them to get to that point. In reality,
you know what, yes, I would say trans women and men, but it's the same caveat. It's the same caveat. It might be reasonable for you to think that a trans woman is a woman, you know?
reality, trans women aren't women, and they're also not men. I don't care whose political activism this hurts, it's true. And the reason it's true—
No, in technical terms, I'm a man. I'm an adult human male. It's just that to a lot of people, it's more reasonable to see me as a woman.
—is because the observable evidence about trans women in the real world points towards them having some aspects of femaleness, but not all of them. Existing in that space between two clusters and a bimodal distribution inherently means that you're not actually a part of either cluster. And moving from cluster A into the center does not automatically put you into cluster B. It means you're in the center, and that's that. Anyway, there is a lot more to this topic. Maybe I will do follow-up videos on different points in my multi-week Twitter argument with Nyara that I didn't cover today. But Sargon is ultimately correct.
Oh wow, we can look forward to more videos about Twitter arguments.
When he says that the trans activists are probably going to lose this fight, at least in the short term.
Liberalism is revealed to be a kind of social technology, rather than actually anything useful about passing the world itself. It's trying to bring into existence a social space to bring these two things together so they can both exist together. But no, they're directly contradictory, and the overwhelming majority of people who do not agree that trans women are women, or are biological women, they're going to get their way, and the 1% of ridiculous radical leftists are not going to get their way. And there's no space in the middle for you to carve out a compromise, Dev. I hate to say it.
Even though my liberal centrist compromise is the position most in line with reality, if trans activists themselves—
Yeah, honestly, I think this is like a huge sign of a fucking sides-cucked fucking grifter. Let me just get this again.
A social space to bring these two technology, rather than actually anything useful about passing the world itself. Is trying to bring into existence a social space to bring these two things together so they can both exist together. But no, they're directly contradictory, and the overwhelming majority—
What are we saying? That contradictory ideas can't coexist? Like that is just humanity, right?
of people who do not agree that trans women are women, or are biological women, they're going to get their way, and the 1% of ridiculous radical leftists are not going to get their way. And there's no space in the middle for you to carve out a compromise, Dev. I hate to say it.
Even though my liberal—
Yeah, he's just a fucking partisan grifter, to be honest. Wow.
centrist compromise is the position most in line with reality. If trans activists themselves aren't going to support it, then the remaining possibilities are convince the majority of the world that trans women and cis women have no real difference.
Yeah, like, people have to start acknowledging as well that most trans people don't necessarily even think like TRAs on Twitter. All of those kinds of people, like, certainly they don't represent me. I hope I make that as clear as I can.
Differences between them, which you are not going to do because it is self-evidently false, or
it's almost like Sargon doesn't understand that for most trans people, their experience doesn't actually line up with either at all. Like, most trans people probably can't relate that well to like these like freaks on Twitter in Nyara's corner. But then also clearly life is not as simple as what they're saying on the right either. So I don't know, you have to remove as many possibilities as you can when you're like grifting for one side or another, I guess.
Convince the majority of the world that trans women are men in dresses, which also isn't really true, but it is a lot easier to convince people of, which is why, in the absence of liberals like me, right-wingers win the argument. And guess what? Nyara is not actually that stupid, because even she knows this. Here is Nyara ultimately agreeing with my position in the face of right-wing victories on trans topics. Here's another prominent trans account who blocked me long ago for my apparent transphobia, saying the exact same so-called transphobic things that I said. Compare these two to this other large trans account who jumped into the convo, and you'll see what I mean. I'm sorry, liberals, but it really is the case that you have to accept trans women in sports if you don't want fascism.
That is a completely delusional take, by the way. Trans women in sports is not some bastion against fascism. Trans women in sports doesn't exist to stop other things being taken away or affected. Because your government can just decide they don't want something or they don't want something else and try and change it. We don't have to keep trans women in sports. Like, female athletes don't, in fact, have to be some fucking sacrificial lamb in order to stop fascism. More than anything, don't all these people believe that fucking Donald Trump is a fucking fascist anyway? He was in office for the first time when trans women could still compete in sport. Yeah, you had a fascist in office anyway. So it didn't stop fascism, did it? You're not going to stop fascism by having trans women in sports, because people can just vote in a fascist anyway. There's just so many fucking delusional arguments around trans women in sports. We really are so bad at justifying why it should be a thing that we're reduced to this. It's like, just take the L at that point. Just accept there are certain places in society where it doesn't really make any sense to regard trans women as women. Doesn't mean that overall we shouldn't necessarily. But the sports thing is just stupid. It just doesn't work.
You are doing exactly what Sargon said. You are signing your own.
Like, what does this mean? Actual unbiased scientists agree that HRT puts trans women in the athletic margins of cis women. Like, it's just not true. The strength advantage reduces a little bit. Probably more comparable to the average woman than the average man. Another thing that's important is there's almost no data that's specific to any sport. And one of the only ones I'm aware of is regarding like long distance running, which there's not that much difference anyway. Like, long distance running is somewhere that men and women are more competitive against each other. One of the only prominent activists, not activists, fucking athletes. One of the only, fuck me, dude. One of the only prominent trans man athletes is a guy called Chris Mosier. The events that he went in was all like endurance sports. It was all like race walking and like decathlon and stuff. So there's much more of a negligible like difference between men and women in those sports anyway. Most of the studies you see, there was that big one in Brazil, that meta study in Brazil, the complete fucking hack, shitty fucking publications like Pink News and Advocate and them.us, all heralded as, oh, we proved once again that trans women don't have an advantage. None of the studies they covered in this meta study were anything to do with elite sports. Anything to do with specific sports. It was just certain strength tests and certain aerobic tests. And that was only some of the studies as well. One of the studies was about like sedentary people. Some of them didn't measure any kind of physical activity. There's just like nothing here. There's so much more we would need. Let's start with my key definitions for man, woman, male, and female. I mean, I'm not having a debate with you from chat. Like, if people want to ask me stuff like that and get into things like that, it's better to call in, to be honest. To me, a man is an adult human male. The way that you would become a man as a female is people perceiving you as one, you know?
Death warrant. You are an idiot. I talked about this specific dumb fuck the last time I did a video on trans women and women's sports, so we don't gotta spend too much time on her stupidity. Even though both of these groups are wrong, Sargon's group is less wrong than Nyara's, and if the battle is only fought between these two groups, Sargon wins. But my position is actually the correct one, and more importantly, it's the one that actually defends trans people's rights in the real world. And I'm not just saying this, we can test it empirically. The liberal streamer Hutch interviewed Laksha Jain on stream recently. Laksha works for a liberal political outlet called The Argument, and he runs the organization Split Ticket, which is a polling organization. He is a pollster by trade. His whole deal is that he collects real-world data from real-world voters to see how Americans are currently feeling about the issues, with the aim of using that data to advise Democratic politicians on how to get elected. So, here is Laksha's view on the current polling data on the issue that this Joy retard demands that liberals accept, or else they're fascists, the trans women in women's sports issue. Forget about ideology. What do the raw facts say about how this issue intersects with candidate electability?
You recently came out, Laksha, with an article kind of exploring the trans issue for Democrats. How do you what if you're advising a campaign, like how would you advise them to respond to questions like, should trans girls play in sports?
You say no if you're in a swing state, and if you're in Manhattan, you say whatever the hell you want. It's just like, this is something where, like, outside of like Manhattan, San Francisco, like, you know, the bluest of blue areas, people just...
How do you call it? I have a Discord. Hang on. Try the Discord link. If it doesn't work, I'll update it. Or look me up, the Marichu1669 on Discord and message me. That's how you do it.
Straight up do not agree. It does not make sense to make this a flashpoint. I understand that people say if you give an inch, you see a mile, but the truth is... I
mean, I don't mind doing it like after this video if you want. I have some time. I don't know. I need to keep an eye on something because I don't want to be going super late today. But I don't mind talking. It's just if it's going to get into like some kind of discussion, it's just like a complete pain in the ass. Talking and then someone like chats or whatever. And it's really bad content as well.
At this point, you've already ceded the mile. Now you're trying to get back a little bit of that ground, and by insisting on something that even your own base doesn't agree with, you are basically just endangering everything else associated with that issue. So I would say there are times at which you literally have to triangulate and say, no, I'm not for that. That's what Rob Sand did in Iowa, and that's also why he's, in part, really avoided being suckered into the culture wars, and he's polling very, very well there.
What about a presidential candidate?
I'd say the same thing for a presidential candidate. You have to win the swing states.
Oh, this actually sounds very, very different from you must accept trans women in women's sports, or we're descending into fascism and you're transphobic. In fact, it sounds like those normies who are the most likely to be supportive of trans rights in most other areas, nonetheless still disagree with trans women competing in women's professional sports. This point is an electoral loser, and insisting upon it has made no real world...
Yeah, it's true. This kind of issue polls fucking terribly. It's just not a hill worth dying on. Trans kids, trans sports, just not hills worth dying on. Maybe when we've got more data and we can determine something like that. Okay, well, less debate and more discussion. It's still easier to just talk to someone. If that makes sense. Yeah, this shit is just, you know... What was I saying? I got distracted. There's like some noise coming from somewhere. Yeah, just like fuck these things off. We don't have enough data that children should be transitioning, and that we can cross off a lot of concerns about whether children can decide whether they're having their own kids later in life, or whether they can decide what their body's going to look like for the rest of their life, when gender identity is generally fluid in people. Like, this is just a losing issue. There's no point right now. In some ways, fighting for this can help fascism. Like, I don't think it's really like an earth-shattering, like, it's not something that elections hinge off of, but it doesn't necessarily help if you're pushing this kind of thing, you know?
World gains for trans people. In fact, it's helped the right incur real-world losses against trans people, because to the rest of the world, you look like you're fucking delusional. And like it or not, trans people do actually need the rest of the world on their side. It is my position, it is the liberals that actually makes trans women's lives better, because my position wins real-world elections. My position puts people into power that can...
We're getting a bit carried away here.
Actually pass legislation that protects people's right to transition. My position might not be...
I still identify as a trans woman. I don't really identify as anything. I think that trans woman is an accurate term for me.
Be ideologically pure like Nyara's is, because I don't take...
I think I fit the definition for trans woman, I guess. I don't call myself anything. Those kind of labels for other people to apply to me. I'm not super fussed what labels people apply to me, so...
Take the maximally pro-trans stance on every deranged, stupid talking point like she does. But my position has the advantage of creating real-world results. Nyara's position ultimately leads to her and her pack of morons screaming on Twitter all day about how everyone hates them, and then crying about...
Liberals be like, if trans people would compromise with us, more people would support them. Okay, you want us to say that we're other, that transitioning is just cosmetic and should be 18 plus, and then what? What are you going to do to push back against HRT being criminalized? Well, I mean, our liberal society, shit like this would be allowed because it's about pro-freedom, you know what I mean? So tired of having cis people explain to me what I need to do to cater towards the norm. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. I get cis people all the time calling me fucking transphobic and telling me how I should talk about my own fucking issues. You kind of can't win, ultimately. You're gonna have cis people that disagree with you. That's just fucking how it is. So have the best arguments possible. That is never gonna be, I'm a woman because I say I am. Because you're not a woman just because you say you are.
About how they've been betrayed when all of their rights get taken away by people like Sargon. And hopefully, Nyara won't have to take too many more fucking L's before she figures out that people like her only embolden the rights attacks against trans people. That is what Laksha's polling data actually means. The normies view trans women in women's sports as such a hard line for them that they will vote for a right-winger who would abolish all trans rights. But if they're...
It's not that I disagree with the concept. That it's unpopular, because it is unpopular. I don't think you can blame, like, trans sports on, like, fucking Donald Trump winning the election, ultimately. I don't think it's that big a deal. But I do think it's a stupid position. And as many people as possible shouldn't espouse it, because it doesn't help. It does make it look like we want special treatment. We want priority over people that have only really had most of their own rights for a relatively short period of time. That being women, you know.
Was a reasonable centrist candidate who didn't accept trans women in women's sports, but who also didn't agree with every maximally anti-trans stance the way the right wing does, well, that guy wins elections. That is what people actually want. The only reason this dialectic collapses, as Sargon put it,
I mean, this remains to be seen. Like, bring up a candidate and let's see how they do, I guess.
Is because the trans activists force it to collapse. And that is basically the death knell for trans people, because recent political history has shown they're not gonna fucking survive that collapse. But don't worry, Nyara, it will be those pesky liberals you hate who ride in and save your dumbass once again like we always do, even if you don't actually deserve it. Despite what Sargon thinks.
I don't know what that means either. You know what I think? I think this person's gonna be fucking fine whatever happens, because their life is just not as hard as they pretend it is. I think they're obsessing way too much over, like, other people's opinions and bullshit on Twitter, which they just need to fucking get off of, quite frankly. I think it's like political fucking background noise is being tuned into far too often. I know. No one's coming to save this person because this person probably doesn't need saving. They just exist. And they whine too much because they've got nothing else better to do. And because they take too much of this TRA shit to heart. I think that's really more how it is. Most people are too busy living their own fucking lives, ultimately. They don't need saving. I don't need saving. I'm a trans person. I exist. I've been pretty much fine, you know? And where I haven't been, it's not generally because I'm trans, it's because of other shit. So it's not about, well, you should be seeing liberals as, like, your saviors, actually. You should be seeing liberals as your saviors. Okay, Amaya, you're doing the opposite thing of what Dev is and saying, oh, someone like that won't win. Well, let's see. Let's just let fucking history decide. It's just as dumb making the argument, oh, that person's never going to win, as that person's definitely going to win. Everyone said Donald Trump was never going to win in fucking 2016 or whatever. And look what happened. So I don't know. Maybe people need to stop fucking predicting the future. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, I don't know. It's not for liberals to come in and save trans people. More trans people need to be convinced that it's okay to tune this shit out and just live your fucking life. And you might actually find you're happier for it. So yeah, I'm not feeling the end of this video at all. I don't know. I have agreements with his perspectives. I feel like if we talked, we'd come to a lot of agreements about the nature of what trans is and stuff like that. You'd vote for the trough. Have you heard the allegations about him? That's a joke. That's a joke. It's completely alleged. I have no idea if it's actually true. Don't sue me. Don't sue me. Don't fucking contact a fucking Indonesian lawyer. I'm realistic. I'm male. I seem well-adjusted and fairly functional. Oh, thank you. In lots of ways, I'm very dysfunctional, but I'm self-aware about that. I don't know. There's a lot of other stuff going on. Like, people would assume that if I have difficulties in my life, it's because I'm trans. Actually, being trans has not been a pain in the ass sometimes, but it's not been, like, that difficult. And I just distrust a lot of people that put themselves out there as if their life is, like, unlivable purely because they're trans in, like, these Western countries and shit, where they're afforded a lot of healthcare. They're able to do the things they want to do. It's just that everything's a bit more difficult, and that gets kind of exaggerated, I think. And some people do have hard lives because they're trans, I'm sure. You don't have to be trans to have a hard life, though. People have hard lives for lots of different reasons. The Indonesian mafia are going to come for me. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
The libs are actually going to win this one, Nyara. You are going to get the right to transition enshrined in law. You are going to get your anti-discrimination laws too.
Well, this person already has all of this. Like, what are we saying? This person doesn't need saving. They're like, I don't know, man. Trump lost in 2016. Well, yeah, but the point was everyone said he had no chance, and he did have a chance because of the way the system was laid out or whatever.
You are going to get banned from women's professional sports, and even if you don't have the intelligence or the humility enough to thank us for it, you're still going to enjoy it. You're welcome. You can either get with the program or keep pouring gasoline all over yourself.
This is a pretty cringe ending. Wow. I don't know. I'm not down with the fucking centrist liberal savior shit. I think that people are allowed to do more or less what they want in liberal societies, and that's a good thing, and that's why I tend to be liberal on most issues. But hey, I don't know. We have some disagreements, I guess. Why is this person cybersmith? Why is this person cybersmith? So confused. Instead turn to this trans umbrella or self-identification. The debate was lost. We are now seeing the consequences of moving away from gender dysphoria as a medical condition. Well, we haven't actually moved away from gender dysphoria as a medical condition. If we did, it would be catastrophic, because then you can't justify it being on insurance. You can't justify it being on the NHS. So that's never going to completely go away. No one actually wants gender dysphoria to stop being treated as a medical condition. We just get into all this pedantry about whether it's a mental illness or not, which doesn't fucking matter. It's not inherently a mental illness, in the same way that being sad isn't inherently a mental illness. But if it's pervasive enough, if it affects your life to enough of an extent, then it'll be considered one. Which is why you have depression versus being sad. It's about something negatively affecting your life to a certain extent. If being trans is determined solely by its self-identification, then anyone can be trans. There's no point to medically treating it. Yes, but the way it works is that they kind of have their cake and eat it too in that way. But fundamentally, determining trans by self-identification is pretty fucking stupid. Certainly by itself. You have to decide to transition, but that is a decision you make, you know what I mean? Trans activists did all the work for anti-trans activists in the end. Somewhat true, somewhat true. I think that fundamentally, people like Nyara are not helping and probably are making it worse. The problem is, though, there's only so much point to which you can blame people like this for anti-trans shit. Because ultimately what happens is people look at someone like this and think that all trans people are like this. And that's like a faulty logic. If the first trans person you ever see is Nyara VT, then you're kind of a fucking idiot if you assume that all trans people are the same as this person and think like this person. You're kind of a fucking idiot if you see one trans person who says, I'm a woman because I say I am, and assume that that is what trans means. So in a way, we're almost like rewarding idiocy by giving these people the power and saying, well, you're the one determining how people think about all trans people. The solution is people should stop generalizing so much. And people generalize because it's a very human thing to do. It's very normal. But there has to be adequate criticism for that tendency, I think. So I guess I half agree with that comment. What was Cybersmith saying? I think it's pretty simple, even if unfortunate, passing privilege. As you said, if you bump into a woman at the store, you're not going to look any deeper than, does she look like a woman? And this applies basically everywhere, including the whole bathroom debacle. The material reality is if you want to live socially as a woman, be viewed and believed to be a woman, you have to look like one. Literally anything else is going to be endlessly fought against. I guess I agree. Like, you have to, if you want people to think you're a woman, you have to pass as a woman. If you just say, I identify as a woman, regard me as a woman, I would like to be referred to as a woman, then that person might do that. That doesn't actually mean that they think you're a woman, though. The only way you truly know if someone thinks you're a woman is if they unprompted say she, her when referring to you. That would indicate they think you're a woman. They might be one of those people that sees you, oh, it's a trans woman because they're clearly male, but they're trying to be seen as a woman. So you can never truly tell, you know what I mean? You can never truly tell how people think. But that really is the best way. It would never be satisfying for my own experience of gender dysphoria to just go around telling people, I'm a woman, my pronouns are she, her. Because if I tell them I don't know what they think of me, if I tell them I have less indication, rather, what they think of me, because I don't truly know. But then people are just playing Simon Says with my pronouns. I don't want that. What's affirming to me, or certainly was affirming, because I've let go of all this shit. I don't actually care. If people call me a he nowadays, I just don't really give a shit. But like back when I cared more and when I made more of an effort to look a certain way, that was affirmation to me. It was people calling me a she and me not having to ask. Because if I have to ask, then I told them to. They're just repeating what I told them to. And that actually helps with gender dysphoria. I think if you have to do it that way, like you've got no other recourse, then maybe transitioning just wasn't right for you. I'm sorry. I think, I don't know. It sounds harsh, but there is an element to which passing privilege is just part of it, you know? Yeah, there's a point to which like there's institutional kind of support for what people like this think. And that's not helpful, and that does need to change. But I think that is changing. Like in the UK, they're kind of changing the RSHE guidance, excuse me, does kind of show signs that we're not just telling everyone you are who you think you are, and what you think you are is, you know, the word of God or whatever. Everyone has a gender identity. We're not supposed to be teaching that kind of shit anymore. I think things are changing, and we do need to move away from that whole thing. More than anything, it completely devalues my experience. Okay, so someone that calls himself trans, another male person that calls himself a woman and never makes any effort, is trans the same way I am because we both identify as women. Well, no. You can't say that, you know. It's a very specific experience to be one sex and be living as the other as much as you can and be making a genuine effort to be regarded as that sex. Because it's difficult to do, especially for male people. Not many trans women pass very well. And so what that means is you're going out probably looking very weird and kind of ridiculous to a lot of people. And there's going to be a level of like humiliation and a way in which you're treated that isn't really mirrored in someone that is trans or supposedly trans but doesn't make any effort. Or someone that's non-binary or something. It just, you know, the transsexual thing is a very distinct experience. And we need to stop folding it into all these other things where now you say the word trans and it could mean literally anything. That's why I think transgender should mean the same thing as transsexual. And, you know, we've got words like non-binary, we've got words like genderqueer. Let's just use those words for identifying as something else. Let's just use those words. Why does that have to be trans? Why does transgender have to mean the same thing as non-binary? That doesn't make any sense to me, because transgender and transsexual both shorten to trans. And at the same time, I feel like the average person, if you mention trans without explaining what you mean by trans, they're picturing someone like me. They're not picturing someone who's non-binary. They're not picturing, you know, a woman or man who has a bit of a fruity, like, you know, dress sense. But it's still, you know, you can still tell what sex they are. And it doesn't really seem like they're trying to give you a different impression. They're just expressing themselves. And they don't feel particularly strongly that they're masculine or feminine. All that's fine. I just don't think it should be folded into trans, you know what I mean? Just identifying as something other than your sex assigned at birth. Let's call that non-binary. Let's call that genderqueer, whatever. It's not trans, and it shouldn't be. Like, words like that should refer to specific experiences. A gay man is a man who fucks other men, you know what I mean? You can't identify into that. you know, unless you never have sex, in which case you just know. But you know, you've got your attraction. It's about attraction, you know. So you're attracted to, or you actively have a sex life that is just other men. That's like a unique experience and should have a unique word. Living your life as the other sex and presenting a certain way should have its own unique word, in my opinion. And that would solve a lot of issues. The problem is, trans became trendy. People want in on the club. People want to be able to share this kind of so-called trauma, societal trauma, when it doesn't apply to them, you know, and they just will never have that same experience. So we broaden the definition to include more and more people who shouldn't really be included in that definition. I think that's a good thing. But I don't know, you say stuff like that and you're a terrible fucking transphobe, you're a pick-me, you're like trying to appeal to fucking right-wingers who I have no interest in appealing to. I don't fucking care. I don't want to have the same fucking conversation about how Muslims are destroying this country all fucking day, every day. I don't want to do that, so I don't actually try particularly to appeal to those people. But then it's hard to argue with stuff. So you put holes in people's logic that way. That it has to be dishonest somehow, which I don't think is fair. But yeah, I don't know. God, I swear it was like 10-2. Doesn't the same thing happen with DID? Pretty much, yeah. Like I do think DID exists, but it's a very specific thing. Trans women and women. Yeah, trans women and women is an annoying term. There's no factual, objective basis to which I'm a woman. I'm a woman because there are people that see me as a woman. So in their realities, I'm a woman, you know? I'm fine with that. I don't have to be a woman in everyone's reality. I don't actually have much else to do. Oh, I know this person. Problem with your definition of a woman is someone who looks like a woman is a gender essentialist view of what it means to be a woman. Hang on. The obvious question you open yourself up to is, at what point does a butch lesbian stop being a woman? She has short hair. That is a manly trait according to the male gender role. I mean, not really. Women with short hair is a very normal thing. She might even have a stubble, she has armpit hair, she doesn't wear a dress, she wears pants, and so on. Your definition opens the door for defining biological women who identify as women as men simply because they do not conform to a stereotypical female gender role. I mean, in abstract, I guess I agree. It depends. I'm okay with this Giga Shark. Wow. Transgender is widened so much, it now includes married fathers with sissy kinks, female she-theys who watch yaoi. Yeah. Yeah, it's become meaningless, that's the thing. I feel like no one wants to engage with the idea that if there's a concept that exists and used to mean, say, transsexual, and then you broaden that to include all kinds of shit that's got nothing to do with transsexual, isn't that kind of bad for the original group of people who are referred to? Like, who are they now? What are they now, you know? Yeah, I think that's why I don't really make any kind of definition of woman beyond adult human female. And I'd rather say, well, people are going to think that a male person is a woman sometimes, and that might be reasonable. Even if it's not necessarily true, it's still reasonable. You know what I mean? It's reasonable to think that a person that resembles a woman that isn't a woman is a woman. And that's fine. Maybe I'm just not fussed about including myself in a definition of woman because I don't care anymore. And I encourage more people not to, because it's about being yourself. It's actually about being yourself, not about being a woman as a male. It's about being yourself. It's about wanting a certain thing for yourself and being able to achieve that, because we live in a modern society where there are ways in which you can resemble more the thing you want to resemble, you know? I mean, I don't know. It's a very lame response, but I don't know. Anything else? Someone said that he followed up, but if it's as long as this one, we definitely don't have time. I don't want to go on too much longer because I think that Purple Parry Aiko debate is soon, and to be honest, I would rather everyone watch that than me. It's about not hating yourself. Yeah, true. Okay, it's even longer. So apparently Nyara VT responded to this. Trans people are forced to be activists. This is completely untrue, but okay. Trans folks pretend to be the saviors of trans. Here's the thing. Shortfatotaku really kicked himself in the balls towards the end of that video by acting like a liberal savior, where it wasn't really warranted or helpful, and just kind of makes himself look a bit stupid. You enjoying them being thoroughly called out? What is in Nyara? Not really. There's just never gonna be much, like, people are gonna have different conceptions over this kind of shit. And if these people are this, you know, obsessed with achieving womanhood, then they're gonna chase a ghost their whole life, I guess. Let's just quickly have a look. Let's have a quick look. We'll speed it up because this person's voice is like actually painful to listen to.
On March 22nd, I actually had an encounter with the YouTuber shortfatotaku, who is well known from the Gamergate era. Now kind of like fell off because he's just picking fights with anyone. But he has a very...
Oh, Trough and Aiko? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Apparently Queeman was talking about Trough yesterday as well. I don't know, man. He's a fucking loser. The ultimate thing is, he's actually a much better lolcow than Firebat. Firebat got too serious. Lolcow shit around like really serious shit is just not fun. And it's meant to be fun. And if it's not fun, then at this point you're getting into like kind of true crime shit. And at that point that opens a whole bunch of different like issues up. Trough, meanwhile, is a fat fucking alcoholic expat to a Southeast Asian country, which automatically has its own kind of connotations. He fucks prostitutes and openly admits it. He'll literally go to the toilet on stream, piss loudly, flush the toilet, and immediately return, insinuating he didn't fucking wash his hands. He'll virtue signal about shit that he himself does. He'll say one thing to one person because it appeases them, and then go to the next person and say what appeases them, even if it means just completely, immediately walking back what he said. Which in abstract once in a while is probably fine. But he does it all the time. Like, I don't know, man. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. I think he's a fucking prick. And that's... I don't know what else to say about him at that point. Yeah, passport bro shit. He's always going to get these kind of connotations. It's like crying about someone saying he's allegedly a pedophile, which I have no idea if it's true or not, by the way. I guess the allegation is true because someone said it. It's probably not very credible or whatever. But he must know the connotations, you know? He must know what it looks like. Like, he deserves what's coming to him. Fuck it, whatever. Whatever. I think he's a fucking grifting loser. Sorry, let's just quickly get through this fucking shit, man.
Very interesting take on like trans rights and so on. I blocked him now, but there are a lot of interactions that we had. There was this whole thing about like him wanting to debate me because apparently Leaflet and Oko didn't do like a good enough job. And, you know, he knows so much more because he's obviously a cis man who knows more about the trans experience than me and also has the superior view.
No, he was saying that he knows more than Mama Oko and Leaflet, which I don't know Leaflet like at all. What I know about Mama Oko, I have no trouble believing that Dev knows more about trans than that person. I don't know if that person has any expertise in anything. Every time I've heard them, and bear in mind, I've only ever seen them on Queeman's stream, so it's been like a certain, there's been a certain framing of them being a dipshit, but they very much come across like a dipshit, so.
view on trans rights than me. I saw this tweet on March 18th, actually. Nobody reasonable actually thinks that trans women metamorphose into biological females. The ask is not a belief that men are women. It's don't be an asshole. You don't have to like trans people. You have to...
Yeah, so it's, you don't change sex, you change gender, which is a very common talking point.
Leave them alone. And essentially his view on like trans topics, essentially, let me showcase this. So he uses the definition because he believes that dictionaries are prescriptive, not descriptive. So he thinks the word woman, I love using Comic Sans, it's so funny, is adult human female, essentially, you know, like the old definition. And female...
Is that prescriptive? I don't think that necessitates it has to be prescriptive.
Points to having large gametes. So his definition of a woman is this one, and female means that you have large gametes. And because trans women don't have large gametes, that means we are not women. It also means that intersex women would not be women. Infertile women would not be women. Apparently, after the point of, you know, being menopausal means that you're no longer a woman because you don't produce large gametes. This is obviously not how any...
I feel like that's not what his definition is, but whatever. Certainly is not my definition. Large gametes is just the top of a list, you know what I mean?
One would use this word, right? If I'm going to refer to a female coworker, you're not going to be like, well, did you check that she's actually fertile? Nobody is going to actually think.
No, you just can tell most of the times. You just can tell most of the time. It just is how it is.
This way. But obviously he is right. He knows more about these things than me. And I try to explain to him how ridiculous this is because he uses language like biological female, which is made up by terms in order to invalidate trans women and, to be fair, also intersex women, right? We saw that with Iman Khalif, that they still insist it's actually a biological male. And they keep pushing this, and we try to explain...
Yeah, I don't care about it. Substitute the term. No one fucking cares. A lib using a certain word might be different from a conservative using a certain word.
This. It was a whole show. It went back and forth and so on. And I called this out. I was like, what aspect when it comes to the classification of biological female are we using? Gametes not reliable enough to make this claim without excluding cis people. Chromosomes not reliable enough either. HRT gives you changes associated with the opposite sex. Primary sex characteristics can be adjusted. Focusing on reproductive organs would exclude cis people. Intersex people by default break the black and white.
Sorry, I watched a video. I'm watching a Nyara video and I forgot to say hello every nyan. Hello every nyan. Wow.
By thinking, and they are exceptions, doesn't really fly. Trans women are women, we don't quote-unquote become women, we may adjust our appearance to match our gender identity more, but that doesn't mean we weren't set gender before transitioning. Also being females...
Wait, what? So being a gender just means identifying. I don't know why they bother with any of this other shit. You don't think any of this shit matters anyway.
Not a requirement of being a woman. Being born female producing large gametes is not a requirement to be a woman. So I said this created like a whole spat. He was like, oh my god, debate me, because he really wants to debate me, even though he quote-unquote has a pro-trans position because he doesn't want us in camps, he doesn't want to force us to detransition because he's also a chaser. You know, if you put in the effort to look how he wants us to look, then we earn the label woman and we earn like his respect. So essentially we need to appeal to him and we need to be thankful that this is like the compromise, right? And I went on this whole like tangent about like how these performative liberals are thinking that they are like the saviors of trans people. We need to appeal to them.
Okay, almost everything this person is saying is completely fucking cooked, but they have a point here because he was literally doing that shit in the end of his video. Oh, we're going to be the ones that save you. No, this person probably doesn't need saving. They're a bit of a fucking retard and they think a lot of stuff that is just clearly untrue and unhelpful to society. But you are acting like a fucking liberal fucking savior. And it's not necessary.
We need to appeal to him and we need to be thankful that this is like the compromise, right? And I went on this whole like tangent about like how these performative liberals are thinking that they are...
The real take is some of the shit you're advocating for turns people off. You can still advocate for it if you want, but don't get mad when people say that they think it's ridiculous. Especially other trans people. And you know, if all you can do when trans people say, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous, and this is a better way of doing it, is to say, oh, you're just a pick me, or you're just trying to appeal to different people. That kind of just means that you lose and you have no fucking argument. Self-ID is never going to be a good marker for a person being anything. I'm sorry about it. Maybe in a medical sense, you have to report, like, symptoms of things. But in everyday society, self-ID is not a good way of determining who is male and female, man, woman, whatever. We just have better definitions for that make more sense. And if it means that you're not a woman, then you're not a woman. Sorry about it. Why do you care that much anyway? Just be yourself.
like the saviors of trans people, we need to appeal to them, concede to them, not actually call out their transphobia, their gross rhetoric, because, well, they're not as extreme as the rightoids. So we need to be thankful. And that was a whole thing. It was like...
The thing is, where is his transphobia? I don't see the transphobia. I just see him being kind of patronizing and like gay about it.
It's so annoying. Obviously, I haven't blocked because, you know, things were just getting out of hand. It went on for way too long. And he posted a video, a 1 hour long video on the Nyara problem, calling out that activists...
Calling it now. I didn't watch this for this reason.
Like me are ruining the trans community, giving trans people a bad reputation. And actually, I am on the same level as Sargon, which is like kind of interesting because Dev's and Sargon's view of trans people is incredibly, like, it is the same, right? Both of them don't view trans women as real women. They don't view us as female. The only difference is that Dev...
No one views you as female.
It's a chaser and is attracted to trans women, and if we perform femininity well enough, then we are allowed into women's bathrooms, but we are not allowed to compete in women's sports. Also, we shouldn't go into women's prison, right? That was also like a thing. He was also pushing this. And Sargon actually made a video about this whole situation, calling out Dev because his rhetoric just falls apart. It is so interesting. It is so interesting, but he doesn't comprehend that because he thinks that he's the savior of the trans community, right? So I watched this video and I saw the end of it, right? The 59...
Okay, literally, he's... They, whatever... are taking the end of the video and just applying that to the whole thing. Like, you can still listen to what he's saying and understand his logic. I don't know. This is lazy thinking. This is lazy thinking. I really cannot be bothered with this video. We probably will not watch this very much longer.
9-minute video ends with a clip of me getting head pats and him being like, oh, it's going to be the liberals who are going to save you, kitten. Like, who the f do you think you are? What the f is...
Yeah. This is partly Dev's fault, though.
This? Like, goddamn! Holy shit, look at this! The normies view trans women and women's sports as such a hard line for them that they will vote for a right-winger who would abolish all trans rights. Nobody actually cares about trans rights because trans people are not really an issue. People care about, like, actual real policies that are going to improve their lives. The housing crisis.
Well, some people do care about women in women's sports. Two things can be true. People care about trans women in women's sports because it's unfair and it does affect some people's lives, albeit not many. And even if it's not many, that doesn't mean you shouldn't necessarily do something about it. That doesn't mean it's a, you know, election-breaking fucking issue. You know, two things can be true. Everything has to be taken to extremes. Like, that's why I can't with these people. I don't even fucking bother watching this kind of shit anymore. Everything has to be taken to the most extreme version of itself. It's not helpful. All this person really is doing is, like, filling people's heads with shit. The problem is, like, so many people are doing that on both sides of the aisle. It's hard for me to sit and try and make out that uniquely this person is a problem. They're just another fucking ideologue filling people's heads with shit, ultimately. And if you watch this person and take their kind of beliefs on board, you're becoming, like, entitled and you're, you know, losing grip on reality, to be honest. But you can say that about so many people.
You know, things getting worse and worse. The job market, livable wage. Like, these are winning positions. Throwing trans people under the bus is not going to actually win you elections. And trying to compromise moving...
No, that doesn't mean we should allow trans women in women's sports, though. There is a center line between those two things.
The needle further and further to the right is actually not going to help anyone because people on the left are not going to be satisfied.
Like, the idea that allowing trans women, like, stopping trans women from going into women's sports is moving the needle to the right is a really dumb way of looking at it. It's like saying that I stepped to the north, therefore I'm nearer the North Pole now, you know? This is like psychic damage at this point. Fuck me, dude. I actually hate this shit. I actually hate this shit. Like, at least shortfatotaku waited until the end of his video to start making a twat out of himself, I guess. What is happening with this debate thing? Is it just on Kick? Hang on. Are they just talking on Kick, or are they... Or are they going to start up on YouTube? Because Parry told me it was 8 hours later at 11 o'clock. So I interpreted that as 7 p.m. my time. Like, when the fuck is it then? I feel like either he or that Alex person would have told me if it was put off. I don't know. What the fuck is happening? I'm confused. They're both offline. He's going to stream on YouTube. You must have completely misinformed me then. That's nice, innit? Just fucking lie to me, why don't you? There'd be another fucking liar on YouTube and a long list of liars that I have associated with. How nice. I'm joking. I'm joking. Maybe it's at 8? Maybe it's at 8? I don't know. Hang on. Was it in Aiko's stream title? Yeah, it would have made sense to do it on YouTube rather than Kick, because more people... Okay. Oh, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wait, isn't that 5 hours? So it is 8. Okay, my shit's lagging now. Yeah, it's a fucking 8 o'clock. Fuck's sake, man. Fine, it's fine. We got a bit more time then, I guess. Fuck it.
People in the center don't give a shit, and people on the right, well, they're going to vote for the rightoid candidate, right? Like, it doesn't, you don't win anything. This position is so ridiculous, it doesn't gain you shit. And it's so annoying that you can call it out in numerous ways, and this pseudo-intellectual guy is going to sit there and be like, no, don't worry, kitten, everything is going to be okay. You just need to accept that you are other. Actually, you should be thanking me that I even call you she. Anyways.
See what I mean? Whiny.
But if there was a reasonable centrist candidate who didn't...
I should smile more. Okay. There you go, I smiled.
Except trans women and women's sports, but...
You should super chat more. Everyone should, actually.
Who also didn't agree with every maximally anti-trans stance the way the right does, well, that guy wins elections. So you want like someone like Gavin Newsom, and you want us to be like thankful. This is how he ends. You're going to get the right to...
I didn't really feel that point from Dev either. It's a bit annoying when people say, oh, this person will win the next election. Well, you don't really know. You don't really know.
Transition and enshrined in law, you're going to get your anti-discrimination laws too. You're going to get banned from women's professional sports, and even if you don't have the intelligence or the humility enough to thank us for it, you're still going to enjoy it. You're welcome. You can either get with a program or keep pouring gasoline all over yourself, because if you ever light on fire, it's not going to be me who burns. Bro wrote this down. Bro wrote this down.
Yeah, guaranteed. This person hasn't watched like the full video and actually got the real takes. They just found the dumb shit he said at the end. On the one hand, it kind of shows how terrible faith this person actually is. On the other hand, Dev didn't need to say this on stream. He doesn't need to say like dumb shit like this. Maybe it's like memeing, but you just know what this fucking person is up to. You just know what this fucking person's gonna do. There's almost no point in interacting with people like this. There's no point in bothering with them. This is a fringe fucking weirdo. What they think
Why
is
am I dancing
delusional.
with that trans person?
Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Samaya. Thank you.
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
Honestly, these people, the sooner we make them completely fucking irrelevant, the better. There's no point in engaging. There's no point in saying, actually, no, do this and this will be better. No, this person is going to be delusional regardless, and that's their right.
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
You're allowed to think that you're a woman because you say you are, and that's your right. It's my right to think that's fucking retarded. So, hey, I don't know. Everyone sucks but me.
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
Down and was like, get you there, kitty. I got you there. It is so condescending. And the fact that, like, this guy, this...
It is kind of condescending.
Absolute loser, she's going to sit there and be like, yeah, if you would appeal to me, if all these trans activists would just appeal to me, you would win. You would get all of these things. I'm not going to do anything to help you because you're not thanking me enough.
I'm officially a proper woman because that's what complete strangers feel compelled to say to women in the road uninvited. Yeah, I've had that. I've had that like years ago. Someone being like, oh, you should smile more. Okay, wow, thanks. It certainly means that I at least know certain like experiences that women tend to have. But that's what you expect. If you look like a woman, some people are gonna. And I guess to some people I do, so.
Like, it's so weird.
But again, that's why it puts people that are transsexual in a very unique place. You're one sex, but you have certain experiences that are more common of the other. And that's why I think, another reason why I think trans needs to be a unique word for that.
It's so gross. Like, what the f? What do you mean? This is supposed to be an ally? No, he doesn't even call himself an ally because he doesn't do the things that I want him to do, which is to accept trans women as actual women, right? Like, it's too much to ask for. He calls me neuter, and that's what I...
Too much to ask for. That's what I mean, entitlement.
Have to be thankful for. The thing is, like, bro was called out, right? Bro was called out on his chaser stance, right? Like, this is his chaser stance. He used his trans woman friend, his token trans woman, who put in so much effort in order to look like a gorgeous woman, you know, she's very attractive, and said that, like, yeah, you're a woman if you look feminine. This is a woman, but this isn't, because he's using terms like gigahon.
Question, are trans women actually women? Do they look like women? If yes, then yes. And that means the terminally online trans community, I
can't, this video is retarded, listen. The other video was kind of retarded in lots of ways. Fucking Dev here has completely enabled this person to do their usual bullshit of just picking out certain bits as to why they don't have to listen to anything else. He's allowed that to happen by saying some pretty stupid shit in his own video. Don't know why you need to use the word gigahon. It just makes it sound like you use 4chan and... I don't know. Probably the fewer people that think you use 4chan, the better in general. So he kind of deserves this, even though this is kind of bullshit and clearly not indicative of someone that is actually good faith in any of this. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck both of you. Fuck both of you. You're both fucking idiots. There you go. Wow. 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 Sounds like Augustus Gloop. I'll take your word for that. I'll take your word for that. Because I don't know which video, which Charlie in the Chocolate Factory has a German accent on. Let's see whatever the fuck this was. Fuck it.
Why are you asking? Why am I asking your name?
Steve, please meet.
You need to go. We're not doing this. Hey, dude. Ma'am, you need to go. And what are you? What am I? I'm a human. Thank you. What's your name? So, sir? Ma'am, sir, not ma'am. What's your name?
Does that say Sidewalk Steve? Fucking hell.
Why are you asking? Why am I asking your name?
Steve, pleased to meet you.
So we should be calling the local police. Now you're blocking us and saying we can't go into the public place. If you really want to, but you need to go. Okay, what are you going to do to make us go? You got a weapon there? You going to blow a whistle in our faces? What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like that.
Okay, what's supposed to happen?
You can't get your hood. You're fucking disgusting. Why? A bunch of bullies. Why? Why are we disgusting? Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. You know what you're doing is wrong.
Kids from getting...
Oh, this is at No Kings, so it's not specifically about trans. I guess they're gonna get arrested. How nice.
Sterilized? That's
what about that's not what's happening? What about men in women's prisons and women's sports? What about men in women's sports? How many transgender athletes have won a fucking medal? Thousands. 0! None, because it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, this person's wrong, by the way. There was a UN thing from ages ago. It was almost 1,000 at that point. A lot of them will be like smaller things, but, you know, it's not the most feminist position to say, well, it's fine for male people to win this many things in female sports. Like, just make it separate. I think it's an easier way.
Go!
What?
No! You!
Yeah.
That's assault! That's assault! Did you see that?
Why am I dancing with that trans person?
I have a fractured arm! You
Oh, thank you for the membership. Outsanity. Thank you.
go!
Leave these people alone.
They need to go. They need to take their turn to go.
It's okay.
It's not okay.
It is.
It's literally not. I'm a transgender person. It's just not okay.
Ma'am, you are obstructing my...
In a tolerant society, intolerance will not be tolerated.
I'm calling 911.
Yep.
You go ahead and do that. I was blocking myself. This is.
I'm calling 911.
In a tolerant society, intolerance will not be tolerated.
That doesn't make any sense.
Makes perfect sense.
No, in tolerant societies, you tolerate everything.
Are you actually want to know what I mean?
Okay.
What you're saying isn't making sense.
That's why it's called the intolerance paradox.
I'm at the No Kings rally on the Oval in Milford. This woman is...
This is like really quite cringe, by the way. I feel like I don't like any of these people.
blocking us.
I'm not a woman. Leave your signs. You can go in.
She won't let us walk.
I'm not a woman. Take your signs. Go.
Everyone is allowed to.
Yeah, they can take their sign to go.
But everyone's allowed to be there in town.
They can go if they leave their sign.
They're allowed to have their
It is a
sign,
hate
just
crime.
like you.
No, they're not.
Just like
this
you
is a
are.
hate crime.
I know.
This bullies children. How do you not care? Don't fucking tell me. You don't care.
person's having a meltdown.
You're fucking complicit. You're telling me they're allowed here. They're fucking allowed.
I'm on the Oval in front of a...
They aren't. Their signs are not.
And this woman is...
I'm not a fucking woman. I'm blocking you, yeah. Keep your signs here.
Yeah, 111 Union Square, and this woman is having a meltdown. Yeah, I'm trying to walk down the sidewalk. She's blocking me. She's got a pole. She's got a flagpole. She's blowing a whistle.
You need to go.
She physically grabbed
You're gonna
my
hold these.
arm.
I didn't.
Stop me from going.
Oh, you're gonna say I grabbed you. Oh, now we're making shit up. Yeah, you can go. You leave your signs here. I'm not allowing this shit. You know what you're doing. You're fucking. Yeah. I'm not tolerating the
How are they not able to just go round another way? I'm very confused by this.
intolerance. That's what that means.
The whole calling the police
And they talk-
thing. The whole calling the police, like, what are you doing? Just get the fucking content. I don't fucking get it.
Tolerant society, intolerance will not be tolerated. It's very simple. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem.
Who gave you the authority to enforce this rule?
By Arthur's Barbershop.
Who gave you the power to block people going down the
Give me the
sidewalk?
power.
Who gave you this power?
No, I'm not a fucking woman! Holy shit! Sir! Sir! Ma'am! Would you like being ma'am your entire life? Ma'am? Oh, I don't care. Yeah, of course you don't care. Yeah, okay. You would care. You would absolutely care. You would for sure care.
Just so you know, I'm recording, by the way.
No shit. Just a little bleepy dot means.
Yeah, we saw this whole thing is on video. You're blocking us from...
I'm blocking you with your signs. There's no reason for you to be here. No reason for you to be here. Your signs upset. This is fucking horseshit. There is such a thing as a trans child. I was a trans child. Now I'm a trans adult. I'm sick of your shit.
You calm down, we can talk about it like grown-ups.
I don't want to talk to you. I want you to go. There's no talking to people like you. You just want to be here and bully. That's your whole point. So therefore, I'm going to stop you from bullying. And hold a nice pink flag. You're fucking disgraceful.
So how do you know you're
gonna post that on
transgender?
your fucking YouTube? You're a fucking bully.
How do you know you're transgender? Who told you this?
What the fuck does that mean? How do you know you're cisgender? Are you trans? Are you one of them trans?
Cisgender's made up. It's all make-believe.
It's not made up.
We're just men and women, boys and girls. We're beautiful as you are. Okay.
So that's why I can't talk to you, because you don't even believe in reality. That's not how it works. Fucking, you're a bully. You hate children. This is disgusting.
I'm keeping them from getting
They're elderly. They're inserting themselves in a situation, though. I mean, come on.
sterilized and hurt.
Do you know what happens to intersex children? They get fucking fucked with because of this shit. And they don't even tell the parents. So you don't care about that. That doesn't feed into your agenda.
We might get a sign about that if you're upset about it. I'm concerned about little kids getting sterilized.
No, you're not. You want to be a bully to trans people. That's what you're doing.
There aren't any trans people. It's all make-believe. It's all costumes
make-believe.
and attitudes and special language.
So that's why me,
special,
that live in
special
like
adjectives. It's all make-believe.
have to stop you from doing this shit. To actually care about children. This is fucking disgusting. And everyone complicit in this is disgusting.
There are fines in Milford for...
They can go. He's got to leave their fucking disgusting signs here.
Cursing in public is not allowed here.
Cursing in public's not allowed?
No.
What the hell does that mean?
Disgusting.
What? This is disgusting. Are you kidding me? This is disgusting. Saying fuck is disgusting. This is disgusting. The hell is wrong with you? It's the old generation.
So this one's like almost got round.
All fucking lead.
Freedom of speech. First Amendment. It's our
It
first
doesn't
Amendment
cover
right.
hate crime. bullshit.
How is it hate speech?
I'm not talking to you. You don't even understand
How is it
words.
hate speech?
There is no such thing as a trans child.
Well,
Hate speech. How is a trans
Heartwarming. Two of the worst people you know are fighting. Yep, true.
child? I was bullied, and now I'm a trans
Honestly, listen, there's no sides to take here. Like, everyone is just stupid.
adult.
Sorry about that. What
No, you're not sorry. Don't fucking say shit like that.
How do you
You're
know
not sorry because you're here.
What's a
You
trans
haven't
child?
fucking left yet.
Hey, folks, you all set?
No, I'm waiting for him to take the fucking signs out of here.
We're waiting for the police.
I'm not allowing this hate speech. Here, this is fucking horseshit. This is not necessary.
This is the public sidewalk of this town and the people that...
I'm highly aware of what this is. Yeah, I do.
Let's all just quiet down for a minute.
Let's all just quiet down, yeah. This is hate crime. I'm not a she! Fuck!
Doesn't help, all right?
The problem is, you're gonna be all badass. You're gonna, like, confront these people. You don't want some kind of glaring weakness such as, I can't handle being referred to by my birth sex. That just doesn't work. Sorry. I imagine if I came on here and got upset every time someone called me a he when I talk about these kind of issues. It just doesn't work. It just isn't worth it.
So time out.
She was yeah, she grabbed my arm. No, I didn't. It's on tape. I didn't grab anybody. Yes, she did. I saw her. Yeah, keep misgendering me. That's super great. Yeah, no, I didn't. And now he's trying to run. You're still wrong. Just stop being a bully. Stop being a bully.
You want to come through? Let the bicycles through, okay?
Yeah. Stop being a bully. Just go away. Wait your sign. You can go express yourself. Keep your shitty sign here. That's it.
Are you trying to go by? Sir, are you trying to get by? Right now we're waiting for the police.
Keep misgendering me and telling me I'm make-believe. Yeah, that's great. I'm a fucking unicorn.
Wrong. You know you're having a meltdown.
I'm having a meltdown because I'm sick of this shit. That's why.
Take a time out. Take a time out. Take a time out, okay? And who are you? I'm the organizer of this. Okay. I'm Steve. Pleased to meet you. All right, nice
Do you
to
hate
meet you.
trans people or are you on my side? Which side are you on?
We can say whatever we want.
Yeah, okay.
I came down when I heard about what was going on. Okay?
I just want their signs gone. They can make their YouTube
The sign's
videos.
not going anywhere. The sign's not going
There's no
anywhere.
reason for you to be here. You hateful people. I'm not tolerating this. Everyone else wants to tolerate it and wants to close their fucking ears because you all have fucking privilege and you don't have to worry about it.
All right.
No, you swearing. Yeah, I gotta worry about this shit. I can't even go to a doctor because they don't treat me like a person. Just like this person isn't, just like they aren't. None of you treat me like a person because you think I'm all make-believe. Not right here. Fucking bullshit. Don't tell me to calm down when he's wearing this shit. Your fucking privileged ass bullshit. I'd love to be so privileged to not have to worry about it. Okay, yeah.
Sidewalk Steve, you have
All right.
He's got a fucking sidewalk, Steve. Put this on your YouTube.
Well, one. I'm hoping for more.
If any of them are queer or trans, oh, God help them. You hateful person. You are absolutely the worst. I knew you'd be here. That's why I showed up, just for you. So you'd be here. Thank you. You leave, I'll leave. That's it. Leave your signs. You go in there with your little go.
This person is unwell. Fucking, I'll say. I don't know why both sides are so desperate to, like, radicalize the most mentally ill, fucking deranged people. The most, like, fucking disabled people they can find. On both sides. I see it on both sides. It's so fucking disgusting. I feel like this person probably has far more things to worry about. As much as I agree, listen, as much as I agree, if they had ice in my country, I'd be pretty fucking disgusted by it too. And I would probably agree with the sentiment on this flag. Maybe this person has, like, other things to worry about in their life. I don't know.
GoPro and leave. Fucking foul.
I was inside on the phone and I came out with that.
Still, can you treat me like a person?
Blowing a very loud whistle that I heard.
Oh my God, sorry, I inconvenienced you with my humanity.
Show me a whistle, dear.
How about you use my right pronouns? Do you know what pronouns are?
No.
You don't know what, of course you don't know what pronouns are.
I'm only a college graduate.
Yeah, I'm only have a master's too, and you don't know what pronouns are. You should have went to fucking better school.
What do you have a master's in?
Education.
From whom? Who gave you the degree?
Riviera University.
Yikes.
Great establishment.
I got my master's there.
Oh, it's important.
It's nice because it's small. You get to meet your professors.
And yet you have brain rot, and you're out here fucking being a bully. This is brain rot. This is 2026.
Trauma response? Maybe. They shouldn't fucking be here then. You know what I mean? Like, why radicalize people like this? Why get them on the fucking front lines, like, protesting shit? It's just not a good idea.
Like, what are we doing?
Stopping kids from getting mutilated.
No, kids are getting mutilated. What the hell is wrong with you?
Sure they are. I've got friends that got mutilated.
Oh, I've got yeah, uncle that got mutilated too. I got an aunt that was too. Yeah, I can make up shit too.
No, they'll talk to you.
Oh yeah, the police. The police. Get me. I'm so dangerous. Fucking cisgender people. That's why we call you sissies. That's your slur. We call you sissies.
So my friend Layla Jane, they cut off her breasts at 13 years old. They cut off her breasts.
Oh
they
my
gave
God,
her the
that doesn't happen.
testosterone when she
That
was
doesn't
13.
happen. You're full of shit.
Tell Layla Jane that she didn't get her breasts from her.
You're making it up.
13. Tell me
Doesn't
that.
happen.
Say Layla Jane, you're making it up.
The second cis people can get gender affirming care at a drop of a hat. The second you say you're trans, all of a sudden it's a fucking problem.
What's
you know, almost 300 people in Kansas got their license taken away.
What is gender? What does gender mean?
You know, you can't do this. You can't be a little tyrant. Everybody here's
I can't be a little tyrant.
And you're acting as a tyrant.
You don't even know what you're holding a sign for.
You're acting, you don't even know you're being a tyrant.
You can't even talk about what you're holding a sign for. You don't even know what you're doing. You're just following him. You're just following him around.
Well, that's an ironic statement.
Yeah, I brought him. He didn't bring me. I brought him.
But then you don't even know what you're talking about.
Smash the matriarchy.
You don't even know what you're talking. You think gender's not real. This is a no kings rally. There's no reason for this to be here unless you want to bully trans people. I'm not having bullies here.
There are trans people. It's all make-believe.
No one made you queen of the world.
I'm not even a queen because I'm not a woman. So start there.
No one gave you the right to block the public sidewalk. No one. You do not have that right.
I'm not here for you. I'm here for people that are like me that can see this happening. I don't give a shit. I know you're not going to change your mind. I'm here for people like me that can see someone else cares. At least one person cares. Fucking asshole. Get the fuck out of here.
Why don't you leave?
I would love to leave. I would love to leave. I don't want to be here.
We should give her this space, okay? She's following me, buddy. She is following me. Hey, you know what? No one gave you the authority to be king either. I'm not going to be pushed around by her. I'm not going to be pushed around by you.
Yeah, this guy's being fucking gay. Like he's just trying to chill things out. Like give him a fucking break.
A police
You can hate
officer.
crime all you want. Take your hate crime. Take your hate speech. Go away. It's that easy. The Constitution doesn't cover hate speech. Don't care.
Here comes the police.
If one trans person sees me stopping your bullshit, I don't care.
What's hate speech?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm seeing you doing that. I just think you're a bit of a fucking loser, though.
What is hate speech?
What is hate speech?
Speech you hate?
Speech you hate? Yeah, that's what hate speech is. A speech of hate.
So you can't say something that upsets you.
That's obviously not what it is. I don't care. You don't care. You're just here to be fucking, I don't know, whatever, sidewalk Steve. Fucking care. That's not why I'm here. Not a single goddamn person could just call me by my pronouns. You all don't know what the fuck pronouns are. Now, if any of you have children,
This person's been blocking me from going up the sidewalk for a while now.
I'll take that.
You gotta let him go.
You gotta let that sign.
What was it,
That
a
sign
cross?
needs to go. This is
She's blocked me on the sidewalk for 20 minutes.
Traffic.
I'm not blocking that sign.
You can't. No, you can't.
I'm not letting this sign go through. There's no reason for it to be here. This is hate speech. No, we can't.
Yes, he's allowed
This
to
is literally hate
peacefully
speech.
protest as well.
This is not a protest. There's no such thing as a trans child. It's not true.
Listen.
I'm going to be up his ass until he gets
Okay, whether it's true or not determines whether it's a protest, I guess. Interesting.
rid of that sign.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to leave him.
Donald Trump isn't technically a king, right? So is this not a protest?
Unless you want to get arrested.
For what?
Disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct. Yes. So you're allowed to walk.
It's gonna be like this then.
No, you can't. That's
Why can't
disorderly
I?
conduct.
How is this disorderly conduct?
Because you cannot impede people from walking on the sidewalk. I'm going to give you one more chance.
Stop. I'm gonna block his sign.
You're more than welcome to walk, please.
He screamed at us with a whistle. I'm blocking his sign. He can move all he wants. I'm just gonna block the sign.
Not for much longer.
You know, you gotta leave us alone. This is harassment.
You gotta leave him alone.
All right, I'll leave him alone. I'm blocking the sign. What's that?
You gotta leave me alone. Leave us
Please.
alone. Leave him alone.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes.
No, you don't.
You're creative.
What is it? What does the sign say?
I have nothing to do with that.
I'm gonna block this. I'm gonna block the sign.
Officer, this is
All right, turn around. Put your.
No.
You're under arrest.
like that was very predictable.
Go with me! Go with me! I didn't do anything!
Secondhand embarrassment. I think people being deranged is just a normal fucking thing, to be honest.
Yes, disorderly conduct. Yes.
Oh, is Parry live now?
You have to allow people to walk inside.
I love him!
No, you weren't. Fuck camera too.
I did.
I don't think I can raid into Parry because he's got a community strike. So I don't know. We'll watch the end of this and then I'll tell you all where to go, because that what he's doing is more interesting than what I'm doing.
What's that? Because you're not allowed to walk down the sidewalk. People are trying to walk by.
I was running a
and we gave her an opportunity to walk away, and she didn't. Yeah, sorry.
At least they're not asking for a female police officer like that lawyer guy did.
We know you've been very diplomatic, more than once.
You're extremely diplomatic. Very ample opportunity.
We appreciate the Milton Police Department. Let me tell you.
I tried to give her an opportunity. You did.
Somebody's going to come by to get your information. Okay. If you guys recorded everything, then might ask you to email that to us. Okay.
Oh, the trans person that's crying on the floor right now, they said that they were a trans. The thing is, when trans people say that, that normally means, well, because I'm trans now, I've always been trans, therefore I was a trans kid. Which doesn't really make any sense. Because trans is not an innate thing. You're trans when you're trans. You weren't always trans. I wasn't trans when I was born, you know what I mean? I wasn't trans when I was fucking 16 or whatever.
So should we wait here or across the street?
If you don't mind.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you all you need is him and his recording, right? So I can walk around.
You can. But I mean, you did have information, you know, that she was harassing you as well. So if you know.
Okay. How long do you wait?
I don't know. I mean,
all right, can we need to stand
probably.
Okay.
It's not going to be an hour's long.
No, I've waited as long as 4 hours. That's what we're asking us. So, thank you for keeping us safe.
That's Billy and
Pickers.
Well,
I took up her stuff, but I don't want to touch it.
I don't touch it. No, she smokes. Oh, it's just really sad. Well, that'll be another 1,000,000 views.
I mean, 1,000,000 views is a bit optimistic. And by the way, this guy clearly is just doing this to try and get fucking clicks. I don't like these people either. I hope that's fucking clear. But at the same time, there's a way of dealing with these people. There's a way of dealing with these people. And people give me shit. Oh, you're just doing some, like, you know, what's the word? Optics shit. Saying, oh, be calm and talk to these people this way. Well, what's the alternative? Getting yourself fucking arrested. Crying on someone's fucking camera about being called a she like 20 fucking times. And they're obviously not going to start respecting your pronouns because they don't believe in that shit. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. These people are assholes, but there's ways of fucking dealing with it. And we're seeing how not to deal with it in real time, right?
It's insane that once the police came here walking, we right in front of the police. It was before us. That was really bizarre.
I think nothing else is happening. There we go. That was that video. Fascinating. Okay, so some of you might remember, because it was pretty fucking recently, and it was a whole thing. I had a conversation with someone named Ico Rules, this person here. We had a really stupid conversation. What was my favorite part? I think it was the Hitler drank water thing. When was that? Let's just have a very short preview.
Since you can't speak plainly.
I can't speak plainly.
That's what this is?
Am I incapable of speaking plainly, or do I just not feel obliged to speak plainly to you because you did multiple like weird streams on me and said all kinds of weird shit about me that's not true?
People want to know, not just me.
Okay, then they can ask me.
Okay, Parry doesn't count as asking you?
Well, does Parry really care?
This is all immense cope. This is absolutely
Does Parry really care whether I'm being genuine or not when I say something about...
I don't think so. Obviously he doesn't, but I'm the only one here. I care, and I'm the only one here. But there are other people that care. I care about you answering my question, yes or no.
I'll be genuine with them. I just don't feel obliged to be genuine to you because you're...
Have to.
It's very clear.
Find someone to bring on
Why don't you call me a turf
to ask her that question
without explanation.
I think you do have turf takes.
I have the odd thing I agree with turfs on. I think beforehand there was
which I think is weird.
Why is that weird?
But
Hitler
that's
drank
fine.
water.
Well, what's an example of a turf take
So why are you finding commonalities with Hitler?
I'm not finding commonalities with Hitler. I agree with turfs on some things.
You compared turfs to Hitler.
No. Do you not know what Hitler drank water means?
No.
Fuck me, dude.
No, I don't know that.
X-Twitch poll, by the way. I didn't know what that meant. Anyway, so that person is talking to good friend of the stream, who I don't think I can raid because he has a community strike for some Firebat joke, which is complete bollocks, by the way. I covered it. Not a fan of censorship. I think that kind of shit should only really apply in worthy cases. Anyway, she is talking to Purple Parry Gaming pretty shortly, and that is going to be much more interesting than what I am doing. So what I would suggest people do is go and watch his stream, which is linked here. This channel here, he's going to be talking to that same person that you just heard talking to me. Hopefully it's going to be a lot of fun. I think they're arguing about whether Troff is a fucking lying fucking spastic or not, and a bunch of other stuff. Going to be very fun. I'm going to stop my stream now. I would advise checking this conversation out because it'll be funny, hopefully. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to stop here because I ain't got nothing else to talk about. I need the toilet and we need to eat food soon. Did I mean it when I said sorry? I'm still not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what I mean when I say anything, quite honestly. I just kind of go with whatever's advantageous after the fact. And then I can always just completely walk everything back if someone comes to me with an objection. But yeah, I'm going to stop here. Go watch this instead of me. It should be fun. I'm going to stop now. Thank you so much for watching. I love all of you. Have a good day. Have a good evening. Have a good night, whatever's going on in your life. Enjoy it. Cherish the things you have, etc. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. I probably will be back tomorrow, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure Charlie's working till 8 tomorrow. So I probably will be back tomorrow. It's all a bit all over the place at the moment. There's not an awful lot to talk about. But we'll get back on track as well with like scripted shit and stuff as well. Maybe we will end up doing a whole bunch more like brain stuff, and maybe it'll be kind of fucking boring for a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna see what happens with this debate. It should be fun. Have a good day, everyone. The other thing, oh, actually no, tomorrow I might cover this. It depends what happens. I'll probably pre-watch it. So if it's any good, if it's worth my time, I will. But we'll see. But yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't, like the stream, all that kind of stuff. Have a good day, and